De manhã era quarta-feira santa, dia de pesca e de pescador. Era quarta-feira santa, dia de pesca e de pescador. Moreno da Iseca, o embarcaram de manhã. Embarcaram de manhã. Era quarta-feira santa, dia de pesca e de pescador. Era quarta-feira santa, dia de pesca e de pescador. Moreno da Iseca, embarcaram de manhã. Moreno da Iseca, embarcaram de manhã. Era quarta-feira santa, dia de pesca e de pescador. Era quarta-feira santa, dia de pesca e de pescador. Molino da Iseca, embarcaram de manhã. Era quarta-feira santa, dia de pesca e de pescador. Era quarta-feira santa, dia de pesca e de pescador. Moreno da Iseca, embarcaram de manhã. Era quarta-feira santa, dia de pesca e de pescador. Era quarta-feira santa, de pesca e de pescador. Moreno da Iseca, embarcaram de manhã. Era quarta-feira santa, era quarta-feira santa, dia de pesca e de pescador. Era quarta-feira santa, dia de pesca e de pescador. Moreno da Iseca, embarcaram de manhã. Era quarta-feira santa, dia de pesca e de pescador. Era quarta-feira santa, dia de pesca e de pescador. Moreno da Iseca, embarcaram de manhã.
Let's get this app working better.
Moreno da Iseca, embarcaram. Moreno da Iseca, embarcaram de manhã.
I gotta learn that shit on guitar. Milagre, milagre, milagre. How do you say guitar in Portuguese? Guitar in Portuguese. Guitar, 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 guitar.
Moreno da Iseca, embarcaram de manhã.
Whoa, that is a chick.
Moreno da Iseca, embarcaram de manhã. Era quarta-feira santa, dia de pesca e de pescador. Era quarta-feira santa, dia de pesca e de pescador. Moreno da Iseca, embarcaram de manhã. Embarcaram de manhã. Era quarta-feira santa, dia de pesca e de pescador. Era quarta-feira santa, dia de pescar e de pescador, Murilo da Thaís é caô, embarcaram de manhã. Quarta-feira santa, dia de pescar e de pescador. Era quarta-feira santa, dia de pescar e de pescador. Morino da Thaís é caô, embarcaram de manhã. Morino da Thaís é caô, embarcaram de manhã. Let's see. Morino da Thaís é caô, embarcaram de manhã. Era quarta-feira santa, dia de pescar e de pescador. Morino da Thaís é caô, embarcaram de manhã. Era quarta-feira santa, dia de pescar e de pescador. Morino da Thaís é caô, embarcaram de manhã. Embarcaram de manhã.
What the fuck are you fucking doing then, fucking cocksucker?
Morino da Thaís é caô, embarcaram de manhã. É quarta-feira santa, dia de pescar e de pescador.
Actually.
Morino da Thaís é caô, embarcaram de manhã. Quarta-feira santa, dia de pescar e de pescador. Morino da Thaís é caô, embarcaram de manhã. Quarta-feira santa, dia de pescar e de pescador. Dia de pescar e de pescador. Morino da Thaís é caô, embarcaram de manhã. Quarta-feira santa, dia de pescar e de pescador. Quarta-feira santa, quarta-feira santa. De pescar e de pescador. Morino da Thaís é caô, embarcaram de manhã. Embarcaram de manhã. Morino da Thaís é caô, embarcaram de manhã.
Oh my god, dude, we're about to have some fucking really, hopefully really good food.
Morino da Thaís é caô, embarcaram de manhã. Quarta-feira santa.
Oh man, here we go.
pescador, tira quanto filha santa. Morinho da seca,森のただい世界海ばかの島よ。
So I've been sent a message. By Silip saying there is a new mesh format. And everything is in the new mesh format. So if I want to keep doing Roblox meshes, we gotta figure out the new mesh format. Ah! Right. You gotta see what I'm doing. You can't see it, there's no point. Okay, so it's not asking.
This is funny.
So you do Lua? I forgot. Show. Oh, it is hex. Now, why would there be 41 new bytes in a mesh? know how to do this. Or, yeah, I have no hints. I guess the first step would be to get more. Damn, I finished my chocolate bar already. Yup. Okay. Where do I get them? It would probably be like new maps, right?
Cool. That's it.
Be there, right? See if I can find the maps. There should be somewhere. If I stare hard at the numbers, they'll jump out at me. 122 just screams like lowercase a or something. Right? Yeah. 97. Uppercase? No, it's not. Oh, it's a Z, huh? There it is, okay. Cool. That's what
Fucking calls it Z.
There's a Z there, but it is very not ASCII.
Fucking calls it Z.
Yeah, look at that. 97, 122.
Fucking Canadian.
But I converted the whole thing to ASCII and it's just jumbled nonsense, so. I don't see any, like, clear
Fucking
segmentation.
Canadian.
41 bytes, it's gotta be, like, at least 2 pieces of information, right? These are big numbers, so. I got no idea. Well, I'm kind of stuck. I wasn't really in the right headspace to take a look at this. Yeah. Okay, well, what's in the other voice? Okay. I just have unknown. I think it's like three long, right? Vertices, face count. Usually it starts with a count, and then there's some list of numbers. And like that's a nice small number, but then the next three numbers. 6. Let's see. How many numbers? That is D-train. So this said 6. That's 19. That's not divisible. Oh, what? Oops. Oops. Alright, let's try this. Surely this works. Uh-oh. User is not authorized. I can get it later. Are we back to CSG
Oh
magic?
wow.
CLB sent me a message saying, or I guess CLB put a pull request on the guy. So there's a new version, and it has 41 bytes of mystery data. So he renamed these, which is like fair, and then just puts 41 bytes of padding, which probably we should try to figure out what that data is there for, instead of just saying, yes, it's padding. So in my thing, I'm making it available as a unknown field. I guess we should call it unknown 1 or something. Uh, 0399. I deleted it. Oh, wait. Oh. Huh. Huh. Well, that's nice that somebody's watching. Let's see, what's this? 568 at the end. 568, 118. Yeah, no, that's the right number. Goddamn. Okay. Wait, I just rejected. Okay, pinking. So I downloaded the maps. Next step, map tool. Map tool. Yes. Oh, bucks. Okay. Maps, unprocessed. All of them. Actually, I do that on the other place, don't I? So we've got textures, old texture source, textures, meshes. Yes, I can do that, sure. Download assets, maps, verify scripts, maps, unprocessed, all of them. So we're going to download, explain what's going on. Okay, oh, it didn't work. CSG physics. So in Roblox, there is unions. Unions have physics because you can collide with them. So that has to be represented somehow in the computer memory, and it has to be saved to disk somehow. So there's a mesh format that stores the what faces the mesh has and stuff. And I wrote a library to read that data so that I can use it. And Roblox added a new mesh format, and so they don't have it documented. So I have to reverse engineer it and sort of inspect the bytes and see what they do. But I don't have enough examples. So I figured maybe on the new maps for my game, there's some samples of meshes that I can get. And so I downloaded the maps. Now I'm downloading the assets, which hopefully include the meshes, and then I can inspect them. There's a very long chain of reasoning to get to this point. It's a little bit reluctant to explain. Let's see. It's a cookie environment variable. Cookie. Yes. It's downloading. What are my reused assets over here? You can hear my CPU whirring. I wonder if it's converting images.
Ha. Oh, no, never mind.
I don't remember what I did in this program. It could use a little bit more output communication with the user. Content type is not URI. Where? Does it mean it's none, or does it mean... That was a lot of those. Oh, forbidden. It tried to download something that it wasn't allowed to. It's still going. I should probably print every time I download something. What are you sipping on? Some coffee. I'm not actually a big coffee person, but I have a cup every day because it rewires my brain into work mode. I'm curious. Is the CPU working? Okay, I can't see. Oh my god. Map tool. Oh, it finished. So I downloaded 700 assets. 241 were already downloaded, or it went through, I guess, with 3 failed downloads. Okay. So this will be unions, right? Excuse me. Oh, no. This is the unions is the downloaded data. I only needed the files themselves. How do I extract this data? So what I need is version 7 data. So CSG Viz meshes of version 7. Do I have to write a custom program to rip this out? Oh. Dopamine boost. You can get anything from placebo. Placebo's where it's at. What is that? There was an error. Wow.
Milk drinker.
CSG Fizz meshes of version 7. Do I have to write a custom program to rip this out?
I made
Dopamine boost. You can get anything from placebo. Placebo is where it's at. What is that? There was an error. Wow. So I downloaded a bunch of mesh data, but what I need is physics data. Physics data is embedded into the file. I'm not really sure how to do this other than writing a little custom tool. Did I do it here? Test files. Util. I think my tools were here. It's in a branch. Oh, mesh data. It's like around here. Look at this mess. Check unions. Yeah. So like I'm like reading the mesh data and stuff. Load unions. Ooh. Loader. Really? Instance properties get mesh data. Isn't it fizz data? So basically I want why I guess. Basically, I just want to extract as many mesh data as I can. and see if it passes or fails the test, I guess. Alright, I'm just going to write a custom. I'm a programmer. I can do this. Do I have something for this? I might actually have something in this repository. Okay, maybe not. Okay. So I just go like, cargo add. So what would be how the data goes? So go like CSG fizz six physics info. How big is that sucker? 40. Now that is exciting. So I would be very, very unsurprised if this was a physics info and there was one more byte of something. So it's either going to be, yeah, I don't know. Oh, hey, wait. What's the last number? The last number is 76. Oh. Okay. I want to go here, and I want to print. What happened? Oh, unknown one. Yeah, sure, whatever. Okay. How many meshes are there, basically? I want to know. Print line. It doesn't matter. Meshes dot length. So we'll see if it matches one of the numbers. That is not this number, and that is not this number. Okay. $18,103. Let's try it. so let's say a singular byte, and then a physics info. Come on, bro. Oh, I need a default. Oh my god. Okay, so then if we go to the test, debug that sector, and then let's try it. Please be numbers that make sense. Yo! Yo! I got it.
What?
The test. Oh my god. Okay, so then if we go to
What did he fucking do?
the test, debug that sucker, and then let's try it. Please be numbers that make sense. Yo!
What?
Singular byte. And then
That's crazy.
a physics info. Come on, bro. Oh, I need a default. Oh my god. Okay, so then if we go to the test, debug that sector, and then damn. From I have no plan, I have no idea, to done, got it. Oh, okay. So what is this guy? Is it always 3? We'll never know. Nobody will ever know. Oh. Okay. That was pretty juiced. Oh, I should bring in this. Whoa, love this song. From peak to week. Flower emoji. The internet sure is a tumultuous place. rethink this. So we have all the components. Usually I try to avoid this, but I'm not sure if that's a good idea. I don't really like the whole filled default. So what did I call it over here? Did I just call it mesh NE? Okay. Okay, so this is mesh 6. God, what a... It's so messy. Let's see what I do here. I've said version 1. Spelled out. I think I like that better. Hey yo! So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually put it in like this. And I'll call this is meshes 3. Move it around. And then none of that. So meshes 3 works for 3 and for 5. Yeah, okay. Meshes 3. Meshes 3. Meshes 6. Meshes 7. And now we can put that here. Meshes 7. This is not real. And this is guaranteed. This is guaranteed. Boom. Eek. Okay, what's up? Cannot find meshes. Let's make sure. Version the mesh. Not the greatest. Yeah, so this is, we should call this like meshes. And then, oh, I think this actually removes that field entirely, because now it's called meshes 6. Not sure what the hell I was doing with that. Okay. So that makes a bit more sense. Brilliant. What is the number? What did we do? What? 3. 3. It's the number 3. Number 3. We could say this is a 3 U8. And it's magic. But I don't know if that'll fail or not. Ooh. Okay, this makes more sense. Makes more sense. Me. Oh my god, bro. Goofy. How do we do? 96. What is this guy? 64. 96. It's got the mesh right there. 24. Oh, 56. Do we need indirection? Because like these are, it's the variants are very different sizes. It's not the most crazy thing, I guess. To put it on the stack. So like if I boxed it like this, then that would make this smaller by 32 bytes. But like, why? Doesn't really matter. Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna go undo all of that testing stuff because we don't need to see that anymore. Okay. Okay, so now I gotta like what a good hook. 0000 block. Well, hold up. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute. If it's 0000, then we could call it meshes 0. And make everything less dumb. We go like this. Yeah. Yeah, it can be one less layer deep. It's version 0. It makes way more sense. We could put a little block thing in there, but I think that's stupid. Nice. Okay, so presumably this still passes all tests. Okay, this is good changes. This was dumb, and now it's less dumb. Yeah. There's still the matter of CSGK. That's another layer. But like, at least it's not 3 layers deep. It's only 2 layers deep. Gobbledygook. Okay, so we're passing all the tests. Should I call it CSG Phys 6 instead of meshes? I don't know. Hi. This is going so much better than I thought. Oi. Oh my god, bro. Wait. What? Why is there a 3 here? Why? Why? Is it? Okay, hold on. There is actually some of these guys. Let me grab those. Yes. Freaking. gobbledygook. Okay. I got the data. Downloads, yes sir. Why don't I call it this? Yeah. Alright, we got a couple of those datas right there. We got the datas. That's the data. Ooh, it's the data. Okay. So print working directory. We're gonna copy them right out of there. We go move this guy anything dot. Yes, exactly. Fish is amazing. I sped up the build by 3x. Which build? What software? What are you making? Sorry, I didn't read that. That was a while back. I got a bit focused. Okay. Meshes. Yes. Okay. I have files. There are files. Files. So we'll go to the test. It's this guy. And then we're going to read some of these suckers. 500,000 lines of code. That sounds like an accomplishment. Okay, meshes. 500,000. 500,000. $500,000 lines of code. That sounds like an accomplishment. Okay, meshes. Yay! Oh. So I have these guys. Hell yeah. Q make to C make. God, I never ever want to be involved with C++. It just sounds like hell. Okay. I'm just gonna name them like this. Oh, okay, so we need how would I do that? I don't know, it doesn't matter. Boom. Dot data. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Hell yeah. And then yeah. Like that. Okay, and then rename them to be sensible. Unc. Yo. Yeah, we'll go with underscore like this. Snake. Okay. Okay. Alright. Test it. Do it. Let's see if any of these fail. Interesting. So all of these have the number 3 . Good. Okay, so this guy says version 3. Oh, it's test. Mesh data. Oh, inconsistency. So, I have discovered more refactoring. Okay, well, that was a success. I don't actually need those. Shut. Okay, so V3 versus version 3. What? So V3 would totally be good, I think. Oh man, I want to be consistent. So you're gonna have to do a match arm here, and having long variant names is bad. So I think V is good. And then we can call all of these CSG Fizz something or other, like this. Ugh. Google tracking my every move. Just for having Google Sheets open. Okay. V3, V5. Nice and short. So that's great and all. Rename. So I think I'm gonna oh my god. I think I'm gonna like reorganize it on master, and then like push rebase the pull request to add the something. Yeah. Okay. So basically, we go here, grab the diff. That's it, right? Test. Alright.
These relationships.
Cherry pick that sucker, and then we remove version 7 from it. We
From Earth, we have a cup of,
and test it.
and which this file
factor.
and at this location
CSGFizz.
it's added automatically to the database
To
go,
flash.
you know, in one shot, and then you can go back in these files.
I don't think I'm a fan.
So I think that's good. Good. Injet and C cache.
Whereas in Rust, we don't have to worry about it. Everyone just uses cargo. Oh, cargo is so great.
It is great. But there's also, you don't really have another option. It's so great that you can't not use it. It's painful to not use. Okay, so now I'm doing this refactor first, and then I'll add this dude as a diff. Okay. So what's the diff here? So it's literally just adding that stuff. Let's see what it looks like when I do that. Alright, so we got refactor, boom, boom, boom. So I'm going to create another branch, create branch, rebase, and we'll completely squash this. And then rebase it on here, and it won't like that, but that's okay. So basically, we just want to take the right side. 7. I do believe. And then let's see what that looks like. So, who gets credit here? Because there we go. Okay, Sealy has some credit. Oh, Sealy gets all the credit. Huge. Okay. Amazing. Why not make it compound 15 minutes to 7:45? That's awesome. Yeah, that seems 7:45. Why not make it compound 15 minutes to 7:45? That's awesome. Yeah, that seems, if that's a profit generating code base, then absolutely that's an amazing thing to do. If it's some backwater unused code base, then maybe not so much good, but I hardly expect that if you spent all that time on it. Okay, this is very good. I think I want to do other things to be better as well. Okay, so does this test and pass? Good. I would like to have more examples. So I'm thinking, me thinks, what I can try is run it through all the new maps I downloaded and like print out if it's actually decoding a version 7 mesh. Oh my god. Okay. Good. So I can actually force push the pull request here. So set upstream. Yeah. Like this. Hopefully that works. Permission denied. Oh my god, bro. I'm gonna rename this because it's a stupid name. Oh, it's already called that, isn't it? Oh, no, it's not. Let's go. Now that the hurt is gone. Okay, so that's good. Can make it even faster? Of course, you can always make it faster. There's always a way. Ugh. Okay. 1 minute. Shared cache build. What does that mean? Alright, I'm gonna rename this stuff as well. HTML 2. And then we can say this is V2. Yes. And V4. So then CSG model, surprisingly, that's common between them. And CSGK, it's already like that. Oh, there it is. And then mesh here. So do I have something called mesh? Mesh, exact. There's one thing called mesh, and it's in a comment. Okay, so I think I'm going to change this as well. So this will be called mesh. Yes, and then these guys. We'll do like this. Uh-oh. I should have done it piecemeal. Okay, so we got mesh and mesh data. Consistency. Mesh data. It's a CSG model with naming consistency. Yep. And then mesh naming consistency. Yes. Good. What is that? Why is it doing like that? Debug mesh data. I see. I'm doing something wacky. Okay. Shared cache build? That's not really a fresh build, is it? Okay, so look at how much nicer that is, right? Mesh v4. Duh. Instead of version to mesh, a version 4. Verbose. What about... Yeah, okay. Revision. Is this just for testing? God, I don't know.
The fucking stuff.
Those are fine. I'm just gonna stay. Okay, let's take another look at this. So what kind of... Yeah, no, it's not really... What? Oh, Bubba. Okay. Okay. Faster build is faster build? Yes. Would be nice if Rust was faster build. When your project grows, the build time grows. It's doing way more than other compilers. It's like proving the program. So at least it's doing something. But I can't deny it is slow. It's not 45 minutes slow. All of my stuff is under 1 minute, so unless well, for an incremental build, it's under 1 minute. Okay, so rename, consolidate, standardize. Mozilla deals with Rust compile times. You can just throw cores at it if you have a lot of dependency. If it's mostly like a dependencies, then you can just throw a lot of cores at it. But also, there could be the problem of like a long dependency chain where it has to sequentially compile each one. That would end up holding back the process. I saw that on Rust image crate. Go away. There was a pull request in one of these thousands to build, I don't know. Let's see, dependency. Yes. This removes this as a dependency based on which feature can easily end up on the critical path during compilation. It is the crate that determines how long it takes to compile. Now, yes, the critical path, num traits, integer rationally rich, dependency. The only thing used is ratio. And then
What the fuck is that?
The only behavioral difference is ratios don't get simplified. So I made a pull request to say that ratio gets simplified. Yeah. Okay, how are we doing here? I think I will. Oh, I can't. I'll just. Okay. Looking good. What? What? Oh, there we go. Okay, so. They don't have fast forward. Oh, I guess you can't. Sure. Okay. Sure. Let's go. Okay, so then now I'll pull this. Go like, it doesn't really matter. I care so much, man. I gotta stop caring. Great. Cool. Cool. Okay. So we got it in. Let's go. So before I release this, I want to test a whole bunch of meshes. So let's do it. So you go away, map tool. So this depends on the old mesh guy. No, it depends on loader, which depends on the old mesh guy. Okay. So loader. Loader. So this guy is gonna go depend on that specific version. Path equals to up one level is lib, up one level is strafe project, and I believe it's right there. Oh no, is it up further? Yes. Up another level, RB mesh. I forgot. I redid everything. I'm a goober. Oh, okay. I'm a silly man. Okay, so it's not direct. Okay, so yeah, this is mesh, not versioned mesh, like an idiot. Who would call it versioned mesh? Like, what an idiot. Stupid. So stupid. Okay, so we got the old unions. So in CSG model, we like this, we do like this. And then down here, instead of meshes, it directly yes, this will still work. So the it's all good, it's all good. Okay, we can take it out like this. Should be V3, V5, and V7, and then V6 is special, so special. Yeah. Got it. Okay. Go to bed. Great evening. See ya. We're doing stuff all week. Monday to Friday. Okay.
It has lasted for so long. There's so much code in it that cannot break, that people are not actively maintaining. It makes it a relatively more solid ground for long-term code bases in my head. So that's why I would pick it. The other thing that I would say about it is that people think of C as a very particular language. Bill said correctly that like a lot of the educational materials on C do not teach you how to write good C. In my experience, once you understand how to build a good code base in C, it becomes much more viable as a daily driver language, because you can make things very comfortable, even though, you know, maybe the syntax is janky, you know, things aren't quite as succinct syntactically as you might imagine. In practice, I'm not sure how much that slows me down. I'm sure it's not 0, to be clear. Like, I don't think that syntax is unimportant, but I just think that when you do the whole analysis, it's you can make it relatively comfortable enough, and the fact that there's so much investment in the tool chain sort of gears it more towards that like long-running code base thing. Now it's sort of a circular thing, right? It's like if people are building all these long-term code bases in C, there's no path to language improvement, right? To some degree, and so at some point somebody's got to make the jump. And so I don't really. That's a separate discussion. We'll probably get into that later, but that's what I would say for that question.
Like, so I'd like to summarize this so that I understand where you're at.
Sorry, I'm all over the place, but.
Yeah, you've got the two most rambling people possible. Here we go. Yeah, yep. Even I can't get you out.
So, to summarize this, you kind of view this from the lens of your
to go with this, because I think it's very interesting to hear the people that
developers use Windows. I'm using WinHTTP. But anytime I rely on a system like that, I always wrap it in my own abstraction. And I do that so that, you know, I kind of control the abstraction, I control the code that's written to the abstraction. I don't couple my code with a particular system's interface too much.
I do the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I like to do that. What I'll try to do is, if I'm writing to, for example, WinHTTP in this case, I'll try to investigate alternatives on other platforms, so I have some model in my head of how this abstraction has to look, and then I'll build a first pass of it, and then start looping on it. But yeah, so I'm writing to WinHTTP, and I built my own abstraction, and I noticed that just the HTTP abstraction for me felt I wasn't super familiar with the Go language semantics of like I don't know, you have a string, but that needs to be converted into a stream reader, which I don't know. Don't ask me about Go stuff. But point being, it was like I kind of designed it to be a little bit more fluid for my code base in C. I'm sure Go people are like, this guy's an idiot. He could have just done X, Y, and Z or whatever.
There may have been some standard library things to use.
Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah, and I did that, like, I would follow online resources and stuff to try to do this stuff, and they were like, oh, you need, like, man, I wish I could remember more specific details. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. And it ended up being simpler, but that's probably mostly a familiarity kind of thing, just because it's in my code base. And I write all my game stuff in this code base, and now I wrote this web thing in this code base, so it was like, you know, it's just a lot more familiar to me.
Well, this has been awesome. Thanks so much for coming on, man. I had a blast. I knew vanishingly little about arenas, and now I know a little bit more about arenas.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, like, I want you to plug your stuff, like your Substack. Let people know where they can find everything else that you've published, so they can read more if they're interested.
If people are interested in sort of a concrete code base that uses arenas, so if they want to say, like, if they kind of understand the point and they're like, I want to go see how these things are working in practice, you can check out the project I work on full-time, professionally, which is the Rad Debugger. It's on GitHub. It's just an open source project completely. It's all MIT licensed, so
we'll drop
check
links.
that out.
We'll drop links to all these places. Yeah.
That code base is something like 150,000 lines of C. That's all built in this style. So you can go see, like, how do they do string stuff? Like, how do they allocate for this particular kind of problem? And it's a full graphical application written that way, so you can go look at it if you want. And then apart from that, I've written one fairly popular blog post on arenas, which tried to do my best job at introducing the topic at the time, and then I also gave one talk on it. So, and those are both on my Substack, which are at rfleury.com, which is rfleury.com. And then aside from all the arena stuff, there's tons of other adjacent topics that I write about, stuff that I pick up as I work on the debugger and some of my other projects. I'll pull out lessons and try to package them up. I did a whole series on UI programming, for example, because I wrote all the UI for the debugger. So that's what I've got to plug, basically. Oh yeah, and I guess Twitter or X, it's Ryan J. Fleury. So it's Ryan and then J and then Fleury.
Amazing. Go check out Ryan. Again, thanks so much for coming on, man. We'll talk to you later.
Yeah, thank you so much, man.
If you look at most people, a lot of them are not that creative. Like they just kind of copy what that's kind of what other people are doing. If you ask them to write something creative, it's gonna be hard. It's even harder for LLMs.
Jarvis is operating at the world of ones and zeros and just like executing. We are so far from that.
If someone's paying you, like, say, $100 an hour as an engineer, if you can spend $10 an hour every hour and become 20-30% more productive, that's totally worth it.
Welcome to the final episode of Back in Banter Season 2. Today I'm joined by YK Sugi, also known as CS Dojo. You might have seen some of his... He's got a few views on some of his videos. I mean, a million views on, a few... I don't know, hundreds of videos? How many videos do you publish?
About 100.
Yeah, 100 videos, some of them with million-plus views. I've been watching your channel for a long time. I know you're not publishing as regularly anymore. You've kind of transitioned into a career, but we're going to talk about all that. Thanks so much for coming on the pod, man.
Of course. First of all, I didn't know that this is the last episode of the season. That's exciting.
It will be, yes. I think this season's a lot shorter than first season. First season was 69 episodes. This one's going to be like, I think like 13 or 14 once we get them all published. But yeah, super glad to finally get you on the pod. Okay, so walk us through the chronology of, like, let's just start at the beginning. When did you first start learning to code and why?
Oh, that's a good question. You like going way back then.
Yeah.
The first kind of concrete experience I had with coding was actually in a physics class. I needed to learn a little bit of MATLAB to do like physics calculation. I don't know if people still use it. I guess some people still do. And I thought it was really interesting. I thought it's kind of like math. That was my first impression. And then I moved on to a little bit of Python, a little bit of Ruby, JavaScript after that. After that, that's kind of how I got
funny, bro.
Oh, really? TypeScript.
Oh,
what
man.
was this roughly? Like date, like year-wise?
Like 10.
Thank you everyone for joining us to the stand-up today. We have with us legendary game programmer Jonathan Blow. If you do not know, he is upcoming releasing a game, Order of the Sinking Star. Josh, play the trailer.
Let us begin. Template for Combiner. North, a world of heroes.
Can you charm that goblin?
It's too far.
I'll swap him out.
East, the Mirror Isles.
Will the mirrors repair my soul? Will I pass the test?
West, endless caverns, beams of light.
Nobody else can get this old mind suit working, so all the rewards go to me.
Skipping stones to lonely homes.
Close to the treasure. Just a few more minutes.
If you don't get back before that storm hits, we're both dead.
Fuse and grow. We will it so.
Who are you? And what are these? Beams. They're very useful. Watch this.
Can you push a stone back across the water?
That's water.
When the portal appeared and I stepped into this overworld, I had never imagined such a device that could fuse. I stepped into this overworld. I had never imagined such a device that could fuse realities. Not just mashing together terrains, it weaves the very laws of nature into a composite whole. The result surprises me constantly. But who has done all this? And what do they want with me?
That was really good. You did kind of nail that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very
If
much.
I may.
Make sure that all happened. Okay, fantastic. Anyway, sorry. And as always with us is Tej DV, legendary Tej, and of course Casey Muratori, the one and the only. Thank you so much,
Also
everybody.
legendary game developer.
Also
Not
legendary
really.
game
You guys
developer.
always say that, but then I'm like, well, legendary for what? There's nothing. We have an actual legendary game developer with us. You don't need to try to hype up the showcast. We're all
Thank you. Thank you, but it's great to say that because you got to remember that you're legendary in the web development space because you're that one guy that always knows what he's talking about, just absolutely ravaging people on the internet, and so you're the legendary game developer.
Maybe
I also heard direct from the source that Casey, you're the one who helped come up with the idea for Break.
That's not really true. It was a mailing list. We can tell a story, John, if you want to tell that story. But it was sort of just like a mailing list argument.
Yeah,
that was it.
No, but it is true. So back, I mean, whatever year this was, 2000.
Where the fuck is he putting this? Bro, what is it doing?
I read 2004 in my research, but yeah,
Okay.
something like that.
Well, the actual mailing list argument might have been earlier, but like I was sort of doing a mixture of like contracting for AAA studios and then sort of working on my own little games, right? Which often didn't go anywhere because, like many people, I would sort of work on something for a little bit and then my motivation for it would fizzle out or something. So I was in this mood of like, I want to do something really cool. I'm not figuring out what that is, right? So, and then, okay, so there was an argument with, it's probably okay to name drop some of the other people in the argument. So Casey was in there. Doug Church, who was a guy whose career started at Looking Glass on like the Thieves games and stuff like that, and who still in gaming today, working on some major things.
I think we actually mentioned him yesterday, right? He's the one who invented church.
Yes.
He made church numerals, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
His father invented church.
And Church's thesis also. Yes.
Yes. And then Mark LeBlanc, who's also a guy, if you look up his credits in the game industry, you know, they're substantial. And so they were all just trying to figure out, you know, game design of the future. And the original Prince of Persia Sands of Time had come out. Not the original Prince of Persia, but the original Prince of Persia remake that had, like, Rewind in it, which has also since been remade, I think, which is why I have to specify that, right? But so this came out, it did Rewind for the first time that I recall seeing that in a game. Maybe somebody else. Anytime you say this
Blinks
thing
the
did it
Time
first,
Sweeper may have had it already.
I think that was after, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
I honestly don't know. But somebody will be like, actually,
Yeah, there's somebody.
That is so useful.
did this.
Yeah. Yeah.
What was
Am
that?
I right? That was PlayStation 2, the remake?
It was on all
It
platforms.
was on everything.
Yeah.
But in that era, right? It was like the PS2 era. Okay, it doesn't really matter. Sorry.
Whatever was 2002.
Yes, you are correct. It would have been PS2. Yeah, PS3 was not out yet.
Hey, is that HTTP? Get that out of here. That's not how we order coffee. We order coffee via sshterminal.shop. Yeah, you want a real experience? You want real coffee? You want awesome subscriptions so you never have to remember again? Oh, you want exclusive blends with exclusive coffee and exclusive content? Then check out Cron. You don't know what SSH is? Well, maybe the coffee's not for you.
Terminal coffee in hand,
Okay, so it started talking about like, well, this is cool. Obviously, they could have done a technically better job. It was kind of shoehorned into the game design and stuff, right? And so, but then there was also this thing where like you had rewind, but you also had a traditional game where you have lives and like you run out of rewind juice, and then you get killed, and then your game's over, and it all seemed very cumbersome. And there was just this argument about what is the best way for games forward. And one thing that Casey said was like, look, this is a technical capability, just like you have the technical capability to like rewind a movie. Back in the days, so a VHS tape in a VCR was an appropriate metaphor still at this time. So he was like, you know, you should really be
Like
able to
this
rewind
bad
any.
boy.
Yes.
Right here.
Oh wow. I don't even have one of those.
That's actually impressive.
I have props. I have props ready for this. You think I'm not prepared for this conversation?
Yeah.
Come on.
So just like you could rewind one of those, this should be a technical feature in games going forward. And other people in the argument were like, no, you can't do that because it takes away the tension of maybe dying if you can undo anything. And there were points on both sides of the argument, but everybody was also just like busy and doing their own projects, and so nobody actually followed this up with action. And then I was between I wasn't even really a participant in the argument. I might have dropped some side comments. I was not one of the main people with strong opinions because I didn't know. It wasn't something that I really thought about. And then I was on vacation. I was like, okay, it's time to start a new thing. What if I do this rewind thing and then do it so both at a technical level that's goes to the core of the system. So it's built into the game. It's not like shoehorned on to reverse state on some other system that it's fighting with, right? And then also just design the game design around it. So if people are saying it removes the tension of dying, okay, so we're just not going to have that in the game. Let's see if we can replace that with something else that's a different kind of interesting than. Because, you know, if you play a bunch of games and all these games are about I'm worried that I'm going to get killed by a monster, they could have different moods and graphical styles and stuff, but at some point you're playing the same thing over and over. And the mindset. So I had been doing this thing at the Game Developers Conference called the Experimental Gameplay Workshop, where we just try to think every year about, look at examples of things that people had done that were different and new and be like, what can I do that's different and new? And so I was like, okay, let's just do that and just see where it goes. And yeah, that's how it started. And long answer. Sorry, I'm known for long rambling answers. So
this is the stand-up, okay?
Yeah.
If there's anything that's canonical about all stand-ups, it's that there's someone that always has a long answer. This is a good thing.
Yeah.
And I will make it worse by saying the reason that I had made that comment on that mailing list in the first place was because I was playing through some old games from the Nintendo Entertainment System, and I was playing them on an emulator. And emulators, even in that era, had added the ability to like fast checkpoint. So you could kind of just like, you basically could rewind. I don't remember if the emulator that I was playing had literal rewind, but it had the ability to just like wail on a button as often as you wanted to just save your state. So every time you like walked into a room of stuff, you could just save. And I was like, you know, for playing through these games, that's actually a lot more satisfying because it's like, I can control how much replay I have to do of this game, and it just made it a more pleasant experience to like experience the game, honestly. So that was why I even posted it. That was it.
Casey, you're clearly outing yourself as not a real gamer right now, because obviously real gamers would
Save
never.
scummer. Casey outed himself as a
scumming
save
right there.
scummer.
So
Well, not really, because the most nerdy. I mean, I'm saying this as a joke, obviously, but like the most people who sink the most time into games are like the tool-assisted speedrun guys.
I was
Which, like, that is not fun at all. But they also produce the absolute most hardcore speedrun of a game that you will ever see, right? That's true. So
I was just on my way to tool-assisted speedrun, guys. Like,
yeah,
I
you
wasn't
invented
save
the
scumming.
tool-assisted speedrun.
Yeah.
I
I
was
unfortunately got hit by a build system he wrote for C and just never quite got the tool assisted.
I don't see the problem. It's fine. So, anyway.
So that's actually good, because that kind of leads into one of the first questions I was hoping we could talk about. Like, because I know, a decent amount about sort of how you got started thinking about Braid and a little bit to The Witness. I'm interested to know sort of, like, how did you get into thinking of the idea of your upcoming game? And, like, we'll get there, of course, but, like, obviously we want to talk about your language and, like, making an engine and a bunch of other stuff there, too. So I'm interested to hear, like, when those decision points happen, when you're like, I think it's time to just write a new language for this game.
Other way around, I think.
It's time to write a new game for this awesome language, is what you're trying to say?
A little bit.
Well, yeah, I mean, the idea for the language came before I decided what game to use it on, for sure. I don't know, which order should I answer these questions in?
Let's start with what motivated you for order, because the big thing is that we're just going to go to very technical, so it's very good so that most people that are listening can have a chance to understand more about you and your decision-making process.
All right,
and then we can get into
so we're going to talk about the design idea and stuff to ground it, I guess. Okay, so, usually every time I finish a game, it leaves me with interesting ideas to do in a follow-up game, but the follow-up game usually is really different from the previous game, because that's just how it, like, if you start with the actual idea that you want to do, then different forms of game mechanics or structure or whatever might do that idea better. Whereas I think a lot of the game industry likes to do sequels just because it's safe commercially and all that. But I've like literally never done a sequel. So in The Witness, it's this game that came out in 2016, so quite a while ago. And the way the game starts is you see these puzzles. They're like little iPad screens mounted in the world really weirdly. And you can trace lines on them, and there's little symbols like in these grids and stuff. And you don't know what the symbols mean. Like, the game doesn't tell you. And you figure out what they mean just by experimenting. And being an intelligent puzzle player, you slowly build up this idea of what these symbols mean. And then at some point, about the way this puzzle symbol works, and that's sort of one of the fun things about the game. So I really like that part of that game and that design process, and so after I was done, I was just really interested in this idea. So when I'm designing the symbols, right, at first I was just like, what are some interesting rules that I could attach to these symbols that would make interesting puzzles? But then as I charted out the game ahead of time in my head before building it, I'm like, okay, the interesting part is going to be when we make these combinations puzzles with the symbols coming together. And so we want them to come together and generate surprise. So like one example, not to spoil too much of The Witness, is like, okay, there's these little, I just thought of them as go stones initially, but they're like rounded rectangles, and you have like black and white stones in the beginning, and you're just trying to group them with the line. And then eventually there's multi-colors, and you're like, oh, this could apply to any color. And then when there's other symbols, the color of the other symbol matters, and it's not just grouping those things, it's grouping them with anything of that color. So your idea of the rule like expands over the course of the game, let's say. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I just became very interested in this idea that what game designers do, in some sense, for any kind of game, not even just puzzle games, is they come up with these rules, but the rules aren't just, like, there are fundamental things that the rules have to do. Like, if they result in a broken game that doesn't run, that's not playable, right? If they result in a very boring game that you don't want to play, that's really bad. But then, at some point, like, a good game is when the rules are designed that they create emergent complex situations, out of simple beginnings. And the reason that works is because the simple initial ideas is what can go in your mind and you can understand and can be communicated to you effectively. But then the surprise and the revealing of new things is what keeps you playing, because you haven't seen everything yet. There could be more that you could get out of this experience, right? And the thing that I realized about that, though, so there's other, this is not just my idea about game design. So there was a very famous, I think it was like Kim Swift at GDC talking about how they designed Portal or something, and they do this thing where they put a spreadsheet and they say, like, here's all the object types, and you could put an X in the spreadsheet cell. I'm bringing it back to stand-up style, right? So we got spreadsheets. You put an X in the spreadsheet cell when objects interact with each other's type, and then you want that spreadsheet to be like full of X's or whatever, right? That's an oversimplified way of talking about it, but you could imagine that, right? So the thing is, game designers don't actually know why that works, okay? So it's like, we can come up with rules and design them so that they'll interact, but why do they actually interact? Like, what's the engine in the universe that makes things interact and generate complexity, right? And this is something that you see in mathematics. So, you know, if you look at like the Mandelbrot set or something, any kind of fractal, you have a very simple equation that when iterated blows out into enormous complexity that you didn't expect there. Or like Stephen Wolfram's stuff. He has all these very simple cellular automata, right? So there's something about the universe that does that. And game designers don't actually make that happen, right? It's like we're exploiting an underlying phenomenon about reality that we don't stop to think about anymore because we're too busy actually making games. So I wanted to make a game that was about looking at that very closely. And part of that was like, okay, instead of starting with these simple puzzle symbols, what if the ingredients in the soup that we're going to mix together are themselves games that are already fun and complete by themselves? And then we'll mix those together, and they'll blow up into like a big like hyper reality with way more dimensions than you would usually get. So here's the other thing. If you're designing a game, you know, at first you just have some idea, and it's usually not as good as you thought. It's like not as fun as you thought or whatever. And so you implement the idea, and then you start adding sophistication to it, or like, oh, this thing happens that I don't like. Let's change the rules to disincentivize that or whatever. And at some point you iterate on that enough to where it's fun, or you lose out on the game development. But assuming you succeed, you get to the point where it's fun, and then you ship the game because it was so hard to get there that that's basically all you could do, right? And so what happens is games sort of have converged at a certain level of complexity of game design, right? Because the process of making them is always iterating up till you reach that, and then shipping it. And so this was also a way of trying to force ourselves above that ceiling that everybody hits about how complex is the game in terms of the amount of interactivity, because we're starting with things that were already in that zone and then mashing them together and having, you know, I don't know, it's like if you have a vector and you do the outer product with another vector, you get a square matrix, right, for the math people. And then you could outer product another vector and you get a cube, and then you get like a four-dimensional thing. And so we have kind of this four-dimensional space of games interacting with each other. So that was the idea.
And that's like you don't have to give any spoilers, but that's like the four different kind of like lands that we see in the trailer and everything, and each one. So like the idea is, if I'm understanding correctly, each of the like four islands, I think you called them or something like that, right? Is like its own. It could be its own game, effectively.
It is its own game. In fact,
It is
when you start playing them, they're completely separate from each other, and they have separate characters, separate stories, and separate game mechanics, right? And then later on, we show this in the trailer, so it's not that big of a spoiler, but later on, you know, some dimensional combination things happen, and the games then come together, and you start playing with the magic mirror from this game, you know, with like the monsters from this game or whatever, and you see how those rules play out, and yeah, that's the fun part, or really the whole game is the fun part, but yeah.
So I wanted to throw one thing in here just because to the extent that I have anything to contribute to this podcast, it's like digging into the back catalog that some people might not know about.
would you say it's worth talking a little bit about Raspberry here? Because I kind of see that as sort of like an early experiment with a different sort of, like a continuous version of this, that you didn't decide to make into a full game, but it kind of feels a little similar.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you give a little background on what Raspberry is?
That's what I was prompting, sorry.
This is something you could actually download the old version of. There is I actually worked and never re-uploaded. I have a much more sophisticated version of this game, but you can download the one. I made Raspberry and a couple other prototypes while I was working on Raid. I was feeling burned out like 2 years into development, and I spent like 2 months just working on other side projects. If you search for my homepage, I still have some like hand-coded HTML thing that I don't really maintain. Like every 7 years I'll go and like
put under construction on it. Like,
I never had the guy with the little pickaxe or whatever.
Marquee tab.
But there's a game prototype on there called Raspberry. It only runs on Windows. Sorry. And so the idea behind this was a little bit different, but it was about combining game mechanics. And I didn't think about it this way. But it was like, okay, what if you made a game where you tried to use game mechanics like music, where you'll have one interaction that's like you're trying to click on things or something, right? And you have another interaction that's like you're trying to dodge things. And what you can imagine some number of very simple things like that. And then, like in a song, you might have like drums come up really loud for a little bit and do stuff, and then you'll have, guitar come in or whatever. And sometimes you have everything, and sometimes you have one thing. It was about just composing these gameplay interactions in that way over time. And it was a good experiment. What the conclusion that I came to was you can't exactly do that in the same way that music works, because game design is like fundamentally a little bit lower frequency in the sense that the rate at which your brain can track the changes in what you need to do has some maximum rate before it just is not that fun. But it did work in the sense that like, oh, this is kind of cool and interesting, and maybe I should ship. I mean, I would have to dig it out of source control and compile it again, which, oh my God, compiling a C++ program from 15 years ago is difficult. But, yeah, that was related. So I think it goes to show that I've been thinking about this kind of thing generally for a long time. Yeah.
Would compiling a Jai program or a J program or the language program in 15 years, will that be a challenge, or will that...
Well, it depends. So part of the reason we're keeping it in closed beta right now is to give ourselves the permission to change things in a somewhat incompatible way. But because there are like 1,000 people in the beta now, we still try to smooth it out. So like what I'll do is I'll say, okay, this feature's going to get deprecated and replaced by this other feature. So first we implement them both alongside each other, right? Then a month later, this one gives you a warning when you use it, right? And then a month later, it gets deleted. But if you take a year off and come back, you might have missed that, and now your program just doesn't compile, right? And there's information in the changelog about why, and sometimes we can even...
Okay, where are we at? So...
But yeah, so now there's different levels of changes that are different levels of severity and stuff, right? But what I would say is, okay, so the reason we're doing that is because of my experience with languages like C++, where they had a lot of ideas early on about like what would be really cool ideas and make programming better, and a lot of those ideas are very inaccurate. There were other things that they really should have done early on, like that C didn't really do, and not to blame C, but like in the days of C, it didn't make sense to think in a very clear way about integer types, let's say, because there were just all sorts of computers with all sorts of different word sizes. You didn't know what was going on and like all these things. But like now, it's like, it's pretty obvious that like if you have an unsigned 8-bit number, that'll fit into a signed 16-bit number, right? If you just, and that should implicitly cast. But if you have an unsigned 16-bit number and you put it into a signed 16-bit number, you maybe should say that that's what you meant to do, right? And it eliminates, and like they weren't thinking about that kind of. I'm not even saying that that's exactly the right decision that you should make, but it's like a clear. It's a clear idea that should have come up, right? And they just weren't thinking about that stuff, and they had all these other things that they added to the language, and And the problem with C++ now, or one of the many problems with C++, I would say there are two core ones that drove me to make a new programming language. One is that C++ is completely saddled with almost all of the baggage of almost every idea that was ever introduced, and there's no way to deprecate things, right? So that's a problem. And so that makes the new features worse. So if you actually have a better feature that actually will help people, it actually doesn't work as well as it should, and it's harder to implement and slower because it has to interoperate with like all this cruft that's like built up over time, right? And so there's a lot of things they just can't really do. Like I haven't tried to use the modules feature. I sort of froze my C++ usage at C++11, and even only some of C++11, like I do, you know, probably less severe than, like Casey, you actually use C++, you just don't use most of the features, right? But you use the
I kind of
compiler.
gave up on C++ features a while back.
Yeah, but like Sean Barrett didn't even use the C++ compiler forever, right? Like he was using the C compiler, which was not maintained anymore, but he was like so much faster than the C++ compiler.
Same with Jeff Roberts. Still, I believe to this day, when he has his own stuff, if he doesn't have to interoperate, it's a C compiler only.
And like you can't, so in that dialect of C, the last one that Microsoft made this compiler for, you can't even like declare a variable in the middle of a block. Right? Like
what? Only at the top.
It's bad. Like original C was really different from modern C. Actually.
Modern C has like added a bunch of those conveniences in now, so it doesn't feel that clunky. You can program it
modern C. Are we talking like 89? Are we talking 99?
Well, I haven't followed anything since ANSI C, right? I know there's like C99 and stuff. I don't know what those features are. I don't care.
Really, we just mean if you go download a C compiler today, whether it's Microsoft's or Clang or GNU C, they now all have things that you would have been very happy to have way back when, like including like how like a for loop might get scoped for variable declaration, or how you would whether you could use declare anywhere, those sorts of things. They didn't have any of that, right? You had to put all of your variables at the very top of the function and all that sort of thing, right? That was still the norm in like the year 2000.
So K and R C, when I was in college, I was learning C, and there was this shiny new book that said ANSI C with a big stamp on the front. But in the used bookstore, they had a book that was almost the same. It was the same like C programming language book without the ANSI stamp. And I was like, that's pretty cheap. I'll learn from that book. And that was the K&R version of C. And so I was using compilers at school that could do the newer C stuff, but I didn't know that. And so in K&R C, for example, if you're going to call a function that's in another file, because you're organizing your program, you don't declare the arguments of the function. Just whatever you pass to that function, the compiler says, sure, that seems fine, right? And so then you spend all this time debugging because like you passed a double instead of a float, or you forgot an argument or whatever, and you just crashed at runtime, right? There was no static type checking on external functions. So
that feels like my experience with Elixir. I did this very regularly, tried to pass things in and getting the wrong types constantly.
Yeah, it's exactly what you need when you're just trying to learn,
Yeah.
Well, we say this, but like, welcome to JavaScript, right? Like fast forward to today, and like a very standard programming language is still in the state where it's like, yeah, I don't know, you just pass something, and
whatever you want, man.
Whatever you pass is what gets passed, and good luck.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, most modern JavaScript they use, TypeScript, which alleviates a good portion of those problems. There's still the problem of outside objects coming in. You have to literally hand validate them with some sort of runtime checking to prove that they are what they are.
Are you sure most is true here, though?
It's like all 75% of new projects. Okay. It's like some decently good number these days. But
that's nice. That's nice for the youth today.
That's nice that the web finally figured out about types. My favorite part still is that we take a language that cannot be interpreted and turn it into a language that can be interpreted, and we call it compiling. It is like we're in a very weird world in that side of the universe, but it's very fun. All right, so I want to actually steer away from I love the C++s and. Well, actually, I don't. I actually genuinely hate it. But this is great discussion and all, but I actually want to focus on kind of a question with Jai.
Sure.
Or Jay. By the way, do you call it the language, Jay or Jai?
Yeah, I don't pronounce it.
Or John's artificial intelligence.
So I have an allergic reaction to one of the things. So I'm very frustrated with the quality of software, broadly speaking, right? And part of that is the culture of what are people thinking when they sit down and make software, right? And there's a pattern that I noticed that bothers me that doesn't seem to bother a lot of other people, but both in academia and industry. If you read an academic paper that's about somebody's algorithm, right, there's a very classic form, which is they put the cool name of the algorithm that they made up, like the marketing name, colon, and then they tell you what it means. And half the news posts are the same, like Django poop, colon, a thing that converts all your comments in JavaScript to uppercase, right? and like, they come up with like the seemingly, this is my cool project name for like something totally stupid, and it's like all the effort goes into thinking about the name, or like thinking that if you make a really neat name, then you've passed some hurdle of being a contributor or whatever. And meanwhile, I'm trying to implement this algorithm from a paper, for example, in a video game, and like realizing that it doesn't actually work, and then sometimes under very strict deadlines where I suffer greatly due to this, and just it's really frustrating me. So this was just like a code name that I made for this language. I don't ever use it. We don't market the language. I don't have a logo for it, which is another thing that people make like first before, and even when it comes to language syntax, like if you start talking about what languages should a feature have, people will talk about the syntax because it is the most concrete and easy to observe thing, but it also kind of doesn't matter that much. I mean, it does matter at some point, like in the end, once you finally have a tool that you're like, this is the thing I'm going to use day to day for years, then small amounts of friction do add up and they really matter, right? But the problem is that if those are the main things you're concerned about when you're designing a new language, those are relatively shallow problems that you're preoccupying yourself with. And what I found, okay, so let me get back to this other thing that you sort of asked at the beginning, which was like, why did I make the language? Part of it was I was sitting there using C++ every day. So Casey visited in these days and worked on The Witness, and we had both an annoying like asset processing pipeline for the game, which I won't explain that right now, but it's like, crunching the data that's going to go in the game sometimes would take too long, and that slows down your work process. But also just compiling the game was really annoying. It would take like a couple minutes, which doesn't sound that long, but it like really breaks your flow when you're trying to think about stuff. And it was only a couple minutes because we spent a lot of effort trying to minimize the C++ suffering about how long things take. And so I was like, I have all these problems. Like, I was kind of sad and depressed working on this game, even though it was the best thing I had ever made, and it was clear that it was going to succeed at some level. I mean, who knows about commercially, but like, artistically, we had at that point succeeded in making a good game. We just had to finish it, right? And I was still bummed out going into the office every day just working on this thing. And I was like, okay, part of this is the programming language, and part of it is the asset stuff. And the asset stuff we can look at next time we make an engine. The processing, the programming language, though, I would go online and look at what are the conversations people are having, because like there's a C++ committee, right? And then there's other people making other languages, and like why? What are they saying is their motivation? And I would look at the problems that they say that they are solving, and they had very little to do with the problems that I had from day to day that was making it hard, right? And the thing is, like when you're working on a smaller program, or you're working on, or you're a new programmer, right? You feel like there's certain things that are serious problems, but actually when you get more experience, you're like, yeah. Like, you don't really make that many syntax errors when you type later. But if you're a new programmer, you're like, syntax errors are really, I'm drowning in syntax errors. This is obviously a big problem.
You're like, what, why, what? Yeah.
Yeah, now it is true that better syntax error messages can help people learn really fast. But that's not like a deep... So what I found was that once, and I think this is obvious once you say it, but like once programs get past a certain size of code and or, because it's like some kind of product function, and or a certain complexity of like the internal data and how it has to be arranged and like, what the structures look like and what the constraints are. Once it gets past a certain point in complexity, it's just hard to work on the code because it's hard to understand everything and see everything and just know what's going on. And that's kind of the bottleneck, is that it just gets complicated. And so that's what I wanted help with, was like code that just gets really complicated. And I was looking at what people were talking about, and they just didn't have any of that as a concern. And then the other thing was compile times. Because,
Can I inject one thing
Yeah,
there too?
yeah.
Like, when you look at like the biggest thing that frustrates me when I've looked at things like C++ committee discussions or how they go about like deciding what and how to put in the language is the mindset, in my opinion, when you're designing a language has to be that we are trying to make the best possible system for the working programmer. Like, the person who's going to sit down and is trying to get their job done that day. That is what you need to, unless you are making, like, if you're making some abstract, like, you know, like ML or something like this, or Lisp, and you're intentionally going down that road to make a theoretical language, then that, you do whatever you're trying to explore. That's your thing, and that's fine. But if you're like the C++ committee, your job should be to focus on what is going to allow the working programmer to have the tools they need to succeed every day, right? But if you actually look at the way that they make decisions, it's almost all about weird, esoteric, theoretical things. Like, they will never go like, okay, well, we have to make this thing work because this is what would actually be effective in day-to-day work. So we'll go and we'll deal with ugliness in the theoretical realm or something as a result. They will never make those decisions. And it always ends up feeling a lot like, you know, you're in some like rundown, like dilapidated shack, and someone is like, okay, we've got this beautiful mansion that we're gonna move to, and they're like, whoa, we can't move to that mansion. I planted this tulip bulb back at the shack, and I don't know how we're gonna move that, right? And like literally, like you're reading, like, well, I'm like, what? Like you guys decided you can't do any of these things in the good way that you would have done them because of this one little thing, and no, this is why the language keeps getting worse. And so I do think like there's in some languages they've calcified this very academic process for like moving the language forward, and it always results in substandard features over and over and over again. So anyway,
and can I also say it does feel a little bit different too if it felt like, I mean, we already made the joke about it being impossible to build an old C++ project. It'd be one thing if I could pull any C++ project out from any time and they're like, you have a random one from 1997, you can compile.
Yeah,
but I feel like I never, so it's not even like you're getting this feeling of like, oh, I have this rock solid thing I can always build. It's like, we're going to keep all the features around, but you still can't build it? Like, what is...
You get nothing from it, yeah. So
yeah,
anyway,
that's like the history of all of computers, really. Is like there's these stated reasons why things are the way they are. We need to do it this way to get this benefit, and then you actually ask if you get the benefit, and it's like, well, we get 5% of the benefit.
Like, no, not really.
Yeah. So, question would be: is that a design by committee problem? Because John, you're effectively the decider of the language. You're the benevolent dictator of it.
Yeah.
And so, do you avoid a lot of those problems because you look at the tulip and go, this is part of the new one. Like, you can just make that decision. You don't have 5 people of the 10 being like, that tulip is life. I cannot let go of the tulip. Like, you don't have to make those fights. You can just say, no, this is the way. It's the best way.
Yeah, what I would say that the problem still occurs even if you have a benevolent dictator, because you do want to listen to your audience a little bit, at least, as part of a grounding. Like, so even if you think you have the best ideas and nobody else can have better ideas, which is not usually exactly true, you still need to listen to people to know, like, okay, I have an idea that doing this feature this way will help a certain class of program. There's people out there writing that class of program. They can tell you if that feature actually did what you meant it to do or not. You can't quite do all of those yourself because you're, like I said, the real problems happen when you're like deep in a very complex program. And you can write like little demo programs to test your features out and stuff, but you just don't have enough human life years to like write all these super deep programs. So you need to talk to the people who are using your thing, and they're going to have all different opinions about what you should do, and you need to just like not listen to some of them. Like that's simply how it is, because if you listen to everybody with an equal weighting, it is equivalent to design by committee. And so you just have to say, I'm sorry, it's, you know, for some people, it's not that you necessarily have a worse idea or anything like that, but this language has to pick a direction to go, and it's just not that direction, and maybe a different language could go that direction, right? And maybe that's better. Like, we're just, you're doing some hill climbing process, right? Where hill climbing is this thing in computer science where you start out on some landscape and you only can look nearby probably, and you just go the way that seems the best, but you don't exactly know. And this is an entire class of algorithm in computers, right? And so you're kind of doing that. But you have to, if you listen to everybody, you'll add up all these vectors that point in all these different directions, and they will sum to 0, and you will not go anywhere, right? And so so you just need to be willing to be a little bit, like, not even exactly disagreeable, because you don't have to argue with people or anything, but it's just like, look, that's just, I appreciate that you want this thing. It's just not what we're doing here.
You have to have conviction.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
You have to not
an
be a
ideology,
super
right? Like, here is what we're trying to accomplish that includes some things that you will take seriously and some things that you will just decide we're not going to do. Like, right? If you try to do, I mean, C++ also has a little bit of that problem where they don't have a strong idea of exactly what we are trying to accomplish at the end of the day.
Everything.
So, right?
All
and nothing,
all the things.
sort, right? Like they all, it's everything and nothing somehow, right?
Yeah.
And so, it also pays to have, separate from design by committee or not, if you're going to have a committee design things, it helps to have an overriding idea of, like, we are trying to get the language to this place and accomplish this thing so that we have, like, a guiding principle. Like I said, like, make the working programmer's life easier every day or something. Like, there's something like that you could point to so that somebody on the committee can argue, look, we're just going to have to trash the tulip because we really need, like, this mansion is going to be so much more helpful for everybody, and we need it to be good or whatever. Anyway, I interrupted John when he was about to talk about compile time, so maybe we can.
Oh yeah, well so there are friction things, and so when people talk about, like, oh, the syntax needs to be good or whatever, they're talking about the minute-to-minute pleasure of using a language, and for some reason people focus on that, and then it takes 2 minutes to compile Hello World now, and it's like, what happened? How am I supposed to have a thought process? How am I supposed to develop when it's, like, so painful that I just sit there and wait to see what happens? And so that was an emphasis from the beginning. Also because I come from the world of video games. Like, even a video game 10 years ago did an insane amount of computation in one frame. Especially on the GPU, which is a highly specialized, very parallel thing. But even if you factor that out, the amount of stuff that a video game does just to figure out what to put on a screen is very high, at a very high rate. And it's because that was just like the fitness function under which the industry evolved. People wanted games that rendered smoothly and looked good, right? And, like, for some reason, no such fitness function exists in programming languages. There is one, but it's like, it's something about how cool of an anecdote can you post on Hacker News or something, right? It's like it's not really to do with usability. I mean, at some level there is. I don't know. It's complicated, but so looking at these compilers, I was just like, look, I've written compilers before, never as serious as this one, but, like, in college, I wrote like 12. Instead of doing my homework and doing classwork, I wrote like 12 compilers for different languages. And so I knew how it worked, and I knew what they were doing under the hood, and I was like, it's way less computation than a game does, actually. And so it should be really fast. And so,
Is there something
part of the goal was to just try and fix that. And because, we've done a pretty good job at that. So our 300,000 line
perfect.
Does a full build. We don't have incremental builds because that's, in my experience, another source of bugs and confusion. Like, even the more you have to think from minute to minute about what are all the different ways that a thing might be building and which one is selected, right? It's just another roadblock. And so it's just like, look, it's a full build all the time. Right now, that takes about 2 seconds for a debug build, which is longer than I wish it was. I feel like it should be like a quarter of a second. But, we've reached the point where, with the team size that we have, it's hard to push that number down without concerted effort, and we're still trying to ship the game and all that, right? But that's still, a lot of these other languages that have been made in the past 10 years, how long did it take them to compile a 300,000 line program? Like, way, way, way longer. And it's just due to, like, decisions that are made about how the language works.
Yeah, 2 seconds is a lot less of a temptation to pull out my phone and forget everything that I was doing than 2 minutes or 20 minutes.
Yeah,
right?
it's like just short enough, because if you turn around to do anything, the prompt will come back up, right?
Yep.
Yeah. It's actually like 1.7.
Personally, I think it's really impressive. 300,000 lines for 2 seconds. In modern development, that is genuinely unheard of. Because, even in my personal, interpreted languages, as of recent, it often takes more than 2 seconds for significantly less lines. So this, that is actually, in modern sense, a very impressive feat.
Yeah, so that's something that our beta users enjoy, significantly, is that sped up iteration.
I know we've got a hard stop. I got a few last quick questions for you, if that's all right. So
sure.
They might not be quick, so then you don't have to answer them too. So we'll just
one-word answers.
All right. Okay.
Good, because I got some too.
All right. Here you go. Do you think that AI is going to save the games industry by forcing RAM and GPU prices up so high that people actually have to care about performance?
Interesting take.
I'm not sure. Okay, we'll not try to one-word answer that. Here's the thing.
You can also include web development as well.
Yeah.
I don't do web development much ever.
Yeah.
But so this is a problem. Like, games for a while was known as the place where there were still a lot of really good programmers because we were forged in this fire of really difficult stuff, and that's become increasingly untrue. I think game programmers are reverting to the mean, and so it wouldn't be too bad. I don't think that I think things are going to adjust and RAM prices are going to come down pretty soon. This is just a short frequency trend like all of these.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Prime, you want to ask one? We can alternate.
Yeah. Common wisdom says, or at least common wisdom on Twitter, so may not be actually wisdom or common. It suggests that you should be making a game and getting it out fairly fast and making sure your concepts are good and getting it in front of people and all this kind of stuff. You shouldn't go and hide yourself away for many years to build one game. You obviously having the time to build a language, build an engine, then build a game, 10 years total. When do you make that decision to say, actually, taking your time, taking the 10 years, taking the 5 years, this is actually the more superior choice? When do you know to make that decision?
For me, it usually happens gradually. So all of these projects I would have envisioned being shorter. This game was supposed to be the proof of concept game with a simple engine just to prove out the programming language, and it turned it. I just always want to do a good version of everything, and then I don't know. There's a lot of weird stuff that happened over development that I won't go into about what different people on the team want and things. And so we ended up making an engine that's actually more sophisticated than the one for the last game. When I was hoping for simple, but it means the game looks really beautiful, and yeah. But here's the thing. So I think that advice that you said is the right advice for someone new to games or just projects generally. If you have never shipped anything before, you should not spend 5 years in a back room doing something, because you're going to be miscalibrated. You're going to be slow at what you're doing. You're not going to have the right amount of experience, and so being quick early is a good way to just iterate and learn, right? However, somebody's got to be working on really whatever you want to call moving things forward, and not just trying to release something and make some money. There have to be adults in the room somewhere who are worried about actually improving life in some way, and sometimes that's just really hard. If you could find a way to do that, in fact, there almost always is a way to do that that's actually small and incremental. It's just that's not the way that I think, apparently. But for me, it's a lot more about motivation. If you can, however long it takes to do something that's genuinely meaningful is how long you should take, if that's your lot in life. And that's different from the guy who's I'm supporting my family by having a job. That's cool too. That's totally fine. But we need some percentage of people who actually are trying to lift up the quality of things. Otherwise, it'll just be an eternal slide into a pit that we never get out of.
Recently, also, oddly enough, there's been some examples of these kind of long gestating games that I think might have also been first times. I want to say both
Blueprints was 7
Blueprints and Animal Well. I don't know if Animal Well was his first, though. Were both very long gestating, single person or close to it games.
Yeah, and so if you think you can hit the target,
Yeah, and they sold fantastic. They were very, very popular, right? So it's kind of hard to guess what's going to happen. I think it's nasty.
Yeah. The thing that we don't see is how many of those did the same strategy, and they just didn't have the best idea or whatever. I don't know.
Yep.
Any advice for people balancing CEO of game studio and someone who wants to be programmer/designer?
So the way that I do that is by not CEOing very much. Because as you know, programming takes a lot of time, and game design also takes a lot of time. So one thing that I'm doing this time that helps somewhat is I did sign this game with a publisher. This is the first time that we ever did that. Part of that was to get additional funding to help finish the game, but part of it was just like they have a whole infrastructure for like doing stuff that left to my own devices I would do but not as well. So like marketing the game. Like they're running ads for the game right now. I wouldn't be running ads for the game right now. And like all these things, just like, so we're kind of delegating some of that to this other company who now also has a financial interest in the game succeeding and all that. And so I think that's good. I don't like want to run a business. That's never been my motivation, but I have to in order to be able to do what I want to do, because like nobody's going to pay you to do some weird thing that they don't understand. Now, in the earlier days, the game business was easier, and so I could kind of be a little bit more just lackadaisical, especially like when there was no teams. It's just me working on Braid and like with occasional contractors. It's a lot cheaper, and it's like you can just make whatever decision you want, and it doesn't matter that much. Now there's like a pretty serious burn rate, and there's people, and like, so I have to balance this. Like, we have to stay in business and not be like constantly losing money year after year. But at the same time, if you turn into generic business making generic product, that's also bad, because it's not what I signed up to do, and people are not motivated by that, because there's just a bunch of the same slop out there, right? And so it's actually kind of hard. And the past couple of years, we have survived the massive slaughter of 2023 to 2024 that afflicted a great amount of game industry.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Cool. All right. So I don't know if you've answered this one anywhere. I could not find it. Don't have to give us an answer if it's still if it's a secret. But why did you call it Braid?
Some of these things are just creative decisions that happen at a relatively deep level that I don't like to explain them.
That's fine.
Because sometimes the magic is in the non-explained things. And so I'll just say there's some kind of, the idea for the game involves like a mood and a feeling and like a texture, and that was just part of it. And that's all.
Cool.
That's fine. I got one that I feel like is really good for Twitter.
Okay.
If you could give a 2-minute, 1-minute piece of advice to all people coming into modern web dev.
I don't know anything about modern web dev. What? Don't do it. What do you mean?
Well, because that's where a lot of people enter into, right? Like that's that will always be the entrance, and because it's just the easiest to get something on the screen and theoretically make $1 million by making another chat wrapper. So if you were to give somebody an advice other than don't do it, what would you say to them that could potentially put them on the right track, so in 10 years they look back and say, that guy was right?
I'm gonna say what I think the right answer is. And
okay.
This may not.
Don't do it. You can say whatever you like. But...
Yeah, still don't do it. But here's the thing. Okay, the web started. I saw the very, very beginnings of the web and chose not to participate. So just to spend like 30 seconds giving a little background. I was at UC Berkeley. I was in this place called the Experimental Computing Facility, which is just like students enthusiastic about programming. The GIMP guys were there a couple years after me. That's why the file extension for GIMP is .xcf, because they came out of like the same computing lab. A little bit of trivia for you.
I did not know that.
Yes.
I've always wondered about that.
So the X in XCF stands for experimental.
Yes. So this was like when, if you had a computer at home, it was like a Commodore 64 or like a not that good of a PC. You didn't have an equivalent of a Unix operating system at home. That was not a thing. And so if you wanted to program real programs on real computers, there were these workstation class computers that were in relatively short supply. There was a whole controversy that like the XCF snagged allocations from the university that were meant for another group called the Open Computing Facility, and there was like a war between the students about this. All that happened a little bit before I showed up. Okay, so there was a guy next to me named Pei Wei who wrote one of the first web browsers before I even knew what that was. It was called the Viola browser. It doesn't exist anymore, but you could look it up. And I was at an early conference, and Mark Andreessen was there, and everybody was angry at Mark Andreessen.
Some things never change.
Yes. He was making the Mosaic browser at University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, and web browsers didn't have images at that time. They just couldn't display bitmaps on the screen. And there was a discussion underway that was one of these laborious committee discussions that Casey's talking about, because it was like, we're the web community, we want to make sure we think about these and do everything. And he was like, angle bracket img angle bracket file name or whatever, URL, boom, it puts it on the screen. And they were all mad at him for implementing that and having images in his browser before everybody else. So that was my experience of the web, and like I didn't really love it. I didn't stay in web from that time, but it was even Viola, right, was very visionary in the following way. It was not just a web browser that put the text on the screen, but it had an embedded programming language that was interpreted. It was a lot like JavaScript, but it was a different language, so it was not really semantically equivalent. And then JavaScript came, again, a couple years later or whatever, 96 or whatever year it was, 95. When Brendan Eich famously did it in 10 days, right? The reason it made sense to do something like this in 10 days was that, like, look, it's just to change a couple state variables in the browser about whether they push the button or... It's not for real programs, so it doesn't need to be very serious, and so we don't need to use all this... And we want it to be cross-platform, so it's just going to be a very lightweight language, right? Okay, fast forward, and now it's like the language that most software is written in, right?
Yes.
Nobody thought that
was written in JavaScript will be written in JavaScript is be considered true
yes.
JavaScript.
And so the problem with all that is that somehow we forgot all this thing that we knew about programming. Like it doesn't matter what programming language you use, because the computer knows how to run some back-end representation, which in the old days was machine language, right? So then you move to the browser, you're like, we want it to be portable, so it can't be machine language, right? But like, it wouldn't have even taken that long. If I had a time machine, it's like, do you try to find baby Hitler and re-educate him to be a kind and loving young boy? Or do you try to find Brendan Eich and say, look, spend 2 more days to make a little bytecode engine so that you're language agnostic on the front end, right?
Really big
one
decisions there at the time.
One of software's biggest questions.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I'm not serious. Obviously, the answer is baby Hitler. That's not really a joke. But, because baby Hitler was so much earlier in time that maybe everything would have gone better after that. And yeah. So, but the point being, like, it used to be, before the web, that, like, if you wanted a language with strong type checking, you had your pick of a whole bunch, and they all worked the same. And they all targeted the same backend at the same level of quality, so it's not like you were using some janky transpiler to, like, build some massive 10x too large amount of bloat code that you can't debug or anything. It's just like, they would target, I mean, those things did exist too, but you didn't have to use them because you had choices, right? And like, we threw all that away, and we made this thing where, like, now there's an interpreter engine, and it just runs this one thing, and then you can have wrappers around that one thing, right? Okay, so now we also ostensibly have WebAssembly, but it just, because it came in later and people are not, like, all these companies also benefit from the fact that they're the only few people who can make browsers, right, as well, that there's no competition there. And so, like, Google loves that, dude. That's why they put so many resources into the browser. And so they're disincentivized from making it easy to retarget, like, to control your own computing environment, let's say, right? Because if there's a very simple substrate and you don't need Google's permission to have new features or whatever, they can't leverage that against you in the future as part of their more, like, it would enable incumbent browsers to come in and displace their market share and all that, right?
Mm-hmm. It's actually worse than that, because also you have companies like Apple who are actively invested in not having the web be very good, because if it was, then you don't have to use the App Store.
Yes. Yo, there's, like, every...
and that's not hypothetical. They literally, like, you can literally go watch them do that in the minutes of W3C meetings, which I have done, and it's frankly pretty disgusting.
Yeah, so every big company has a different angle on this, but they're all kind of in common. Every angle is about kind of capturing more market share and preventing their current market share from being eroded in the future by competition, right? So that's, this is all a long-winded way of saying, okay, there's good things about a browser. You can just open a web page and just there's a program running, and that's something that we didn't used to have. It didn't used to be that easy, but like we didn't have to throw away all the good things about system software to get that. And there's this fundamental confusion about this. Like, if you just targeted an equivalent to a machine language, but that's cross-platform, well-defined, it has some instruction set, and then the browser was interpreting that, which is, again, ostensibly what WebAssembly is, but it like doesn't quite get there for, I don't know, various reasons. And it's certainly not the default, right? But if we had that, you could run real debuggers on your web program, right? You could do all these things. And so getting that back, like, those tools are actually incredibly valuable if you want your software to be high quality, because they bring in a level of analyzability and understandability that we just didn't have once we made the jump to interpreted languages by default. So getting back there would be great. And so this has been a 28-minute long answer, by which I'm saying you could like work on getting back some of the things that we lost and getting them back into web infrastructure so that we could have the best of both worlds. We could have the convenience, right, but also the quality and robustness of older systems, and that would be great.
All right, I think you're probably out of time. I definitely don't want WooCache to get pushed back, so.
Yeah, sorry, long answer. It was not a one-word answer.
Great answer.
That's okay, great answer though, we like it.
Yeah.
That's part of the stand-up. You're supposed to schedule stand-up for a certain amount of time, and it's supposed to go long.
That's true.
The point.
That's
no,
true.
you did perfectly do what a stand-up is supposed to do.
We got to get the people what they want.
We're not standing up, though. I'm
you can't stand up during stand-up. It's too long.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be painful. It would be bad for your knees.
Technically, aren't you supposed to end by asking John what he's going to get done tomorrow?
Yeah. What are you any blockers right now, John?
Any blockers?
Yeah. There's some stuff about the end game. So we have play testers, and they got to the end game of the final end game, because there are multiple end games. And one of them got there a couple days ago, and it was totally broken, because like we changed some stuff in the code and it didn't work. And we have automated tests, and the automated tests claimed they worked, but like the objects were invisible, and then also some other things that are not covered by the tests didn't. So I've been fixing that, and in the process of fixing that, it's like, oh, there's some feature that I won't spoil, but a good end game is like it follows on naturally from the game that came before, but also brings in some new stuff, some surprises and stuff, right? It feels like the culmination of the game, and some of that stuff, there's a programming part that you got to do, and then there's the user level part of like, let me mark up the level to have the right script triggers and like whatever, and like a few of those levels that I had designed were not marked up, and so people went to play them and they're like, I don't know what's going on in this level. So last night I feverishly fixed a bunch of these things and shipped a new build, because with Steam you just push a button and deploy it really fast. And then an email from one of the people who's helping out with design, he was like, oh, but the geometry of this level has this bug exploit that I emailed you about months ago that we never got around to. So I'm like, oh, I thought I was done with it. So I've got to go and like redesign the geometry of the level a little bit to like dodge this exploit. And this level's in 2 places in the game, so there's that like the copies have to match up and all. So that's what I'm doing. And then after that, so I'm trying to make time during Christmas break when I'm relaxed and can work on story stuff is the other thing. So that's my roadmap. But the most immediate thing that I'm doing right after this is I'm going on the WooCache podcast. Which
go check them out.
You can like and subscribe.
I've started the raid, so that way you have to get going, okay?
Yeah,
it is now a requirement that you go.
All right, thanks, guys.
For you?
Nope, no blockers for me. I'm gonna go listen to this WooCache podcast.
Nice. There we go. Yeah, nice. We're all gonna get distracted for the rest of the day.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for joining the startup. If you want to listen, or the stand-up, not the startup. If you want to listen to the full podcast, check us out on Spotify. Thank you again, Jonathan, for joining us. Please check out and wish list Order of the Sinking Star. And as always, Casey, thank you for joining us. TJ, thank you for joining us.
Of course. Thanks, John.
everyone.
See you, John.
Yes.
All right.
Hold up the vibe errors on my screen. Terminal coffee.
Yeah, it's about combining these worlds together, and that'll generate emergent gameplay mechanics, and that'll be really cool. And like, yeah, maybe there's a little bit of is that ever since I got serious about game development, I've been interested in my own psychology and managing my own psychology, because I knew that my own psychology had been a barrier to me getting things done previously. I don't want to rat hole too much about that, but around the time that I started working on a game called Brave, which ended up being a relatively long project, 3.5 years long. That seemed long at the time. Since then, of course, I've done things that are substantially longer. I knew that I'd wanted to break with my prior history of, starting projects and then some months in losing the motivation, or getting into states where intellectually I knew that I really wanted to do this thing because it would be cool, but like somehow just feeling down about it and feeling, bummed and just not being able to dig myself back into a place where I could work effectively on these things. And so I became interested in that.
There's a kind of wild...
in monitoring my own psychology and just watching it. And over the past 12 or 13 years now, I've encountered a number of different ideas about how to do that, or what's important, or how do you keep yourself driven and motivated. And as with anything, I think most of those ideas are pretty bad or unhelpful. What I'm going to share today are the ideas that have helped me the most and that I think are the most worthwhile to communicate to other people. So the rest of the story of the genesis of this talk is just that at HandmadeCon last year, I was on a panel and somebody asked me a question about how to keep motivation for longer projects, and at that time I gave an answer that was vague and short because I didn't want to take too much time because it was a panel. But I really felt that answer was true and helpful, but actually too vague to be actionable because there was no way people would know what to do. So my goal this time is to just get enough information out there and enough detail that you could try these techniques on your own after the video and see if they work for you. Don't believe me that these are the best possible techniques for dealing with motivation and depression types of issues, but just give them a try. If you like them, keep doing them. If you don't like them, don't keep doing them. Now I did just say something about like motivation and depressive feelings and stuff, and it's not necessarily obvious that those are really the same thing, but I see them on a spectrum of things that it's sort of the same thing manifesting at different levels of seriousness in the life of a software developer. I've been programming for about 35 years, and I'm very familiar with what it feels like to sit down in front of a computer and program, and I think it's not too surprising that sometimes we are beset by negative emotionality, right? I think, for example, that computers are fundamentally depressing because our body does not expect in its natural state to be, motionless, first of all, and focusing on a thing that is artificially, flashing and changing in a way that generates potentially a lot of tension. So we shouldn't be too surprised, let's say, if malaise kind of arises, or your body wants to start to say, like, I don't feel like I should be here, right? I should be somewhere doing something else. So that's all just to say that that, plus the fact that these projects that we try to do in video games and other parts of software development are they're very intense in terms of the amount of work you have to do and the quality of work you have to do. And so I feel like there's a little bit of an unspoken epidemic, or maybe not an epidemic because I don't think it's exactly contagious in that way, but there's a bigger problem out there than people readily admit, or at least think of, consider, because most people aren't going to talk about how they're depressed unless they're just over the cliff and being Eeyore and telling you all the time how they're depressed, right? Most people don't want to be that person, and so they keep it bottled up. But in my experience, a lot of computer technical people, whether they're programmers or other people that sit in front of the computer a lot of the time, are unhappy for a great percentage of the time that they're sitting in front of the computer. And we can leave, there's a whole other part of the discussion about how social media type sites that we have these days are engineered probably to make us even more unhappy than we would otherwise be. Let's table that and even just say that just regular working life is probably unhappiness making. And so I think we need techniques to deal with this. So I'm giving you my best techniques. These are not Western psychological techniques. They come from meditative traditions. But they're very simple. You don't have to be some kind of super meditator in order to be these things, in order to do these things that I'm going to talk about. In fact, some of them are going to be so simple that they seem like basically nothing, and you'll be like, how is that supposed to help me in my life? But hopefully I will do a good enough job explaining how these can help that they'll make sense. And we'll do a little bit of them as we sit here. So maybe that's enough preamble. I really don't like a lot of preamble. So let's talk about experiences of negativity that you might have either in your day-to-day working life or that build up over a long time around a project, right? And like I said, these can be anywhere on the spectrum from a lack of motivation to like full-out depression and inability to work and just negative affect spilling over into all parts of your life. And to have something very concrete to talk about, I'm going to go toward the more negative end of that scale, because if we talk about like subtler lack of motivation, it's harder to grip something. Whereas I think most of us have been depressed at least a little bit, right? We know what that feels like. It's a very negative feeling. But the reason it's such a problem is that when it's happening, it feels very serious, right? It feels looming and unavoidable, like there's a big problem and we don't know how to deal with it. And it's hard to bear, right? And in its very worst cases, it can feel unbearable, right? We just can't deal with it. And so the techniques that I'm going to talk about today are about sort of turning down the volume on that kind of problem, mitigating it, diluting it, if you think of it as ink or something, until it's not so serious, until it's not so looming, until it's actually small. And it's amazing, very negatively emotional. For our purposes today, we're going to divide that into a few parts, and then we're going to approach each part and attack each part separately. And then when you put them back together, because we've made headway on each part, the whole is not so bad, right? It's exactly like an engineering problem. You might start with a problem and it seems daunting, and then you break the problem down into separate steps, and then you solve each individual step, and then you've got a full solution, right? So this is something that engineers are very familiar with. So when we're having a negative time, there's several things happening, and you can categorize them very broadly into thoughts and emotions, right? So you might have negative thoughts, such as, oh my God, this project is taking so long, right? I'm just tired, I can't do it anymore, or I'm going to be bankrupt and it'll fail and I won't finish it and nobody will respect me, right? Or, I'll release my thing that I expect to be so great and everybody will judge me, just like I saw them making harsh comments about that other thing, and everyone will think I suck and I'll be be seen as a fraud, and whatever. You can whatever your personal thoughts are probably a little bit different from everybody else's. But you can imagine what they are. My personal thoughts actually are not really those ones that I said, they're different ones, but everybody has different thoughts. Now we're going to disregard for today whether those thoughts are actually true or false. In fact, a great many of them may be true, but that doesn't mean that it has to create a depressive situation, right? So we're not going to take an approach of, like a lot of people on the internet who are like feel-good people or not such a good friend or whatever, will just try to tell you, oh, that's not true, you know, and get you to do this reality denial kind of therapy on you. That's very bad therapy, right? It's not going to work very well. What works well is being impervious to whether particular ideas are true or false, right? So the other thought part of that is the emotions part. And with emotions, we're actually going to break that down. You know, with any emotional state, there's the non-physical part of the state that's the more abstract thing, like happiness or sadness or something like that. But emotional experiences are always also grounded in the body. So for any type of emotional experience you can think of, there's a physical part and a non-physical part. So if I'm nervous, you know, I'm going into a job interview, I might have a vibrating chest or tight muscle sensations or something, and then I also have some kind of, the color of the light in the room of my mind in some kind of flingy way, like I'm a little bit, it's not exactly fear, but it's the precursor to fear, you know, or, if I'm angry at somebody, there might be this predisposition toward attacking them. Right? It's hard to explain these abstract parts of it. I can just say anger, right? There's the anger part, but there's also then, physical corollaries of anger. Like I'm flushed, I might be kind of tensing my arms if I'm thinking about taking a hostile stance or something like that, right? So there's these two parts of every emotional experience, and we're going to treat each of those parts separately and investigate them separately. And then we'll put them all back together at the end. So let's start with thoughts. And the number one thing to realize that will help you the most when having thoughts is to realize ultimately that there's a limit to how important your thoughts actually can be because you are not your thoughts. If I say you are not your thoughts, either you can be very confused by what that means, or it can seem very obvious, right? Like I'm a human being. What do you mean I'm not my thoughts? But in the West, we have this really strong identification. We think of our personality as being composed of our thoughts, right? Like I am this guy who thinks certain things and makes certain decisions, right? And whereas it's true that I think certain things and make certain decisions, that's actually a tiny portion of what it's like for me at any given moment. And so what helps with thoughts is that at times like this, you're in a safe environment, nothing's too emotionally pressing on you or something. You just take a look at what thoughts are really like, because you know that later you're going to try and you're in a very emotionally negative time. You can feel trapped in thoughts, right? You can be having this chain of negative thoughts that's helping make you depressed, and the thoughts just seem very important and hard to get away from. And what you do is before that, you build a certain habit of standing apart from your thoughts and seeing them and getting some distance from them. So we can just do a really simple exercise like that. So you can just be sitting around wherever you are, or standing, or whatever, laying down, or whatever you're doing. With your eyes open, you just look around. So I'm looking around the room, and I'm seeing the room around me. I'm very aware that I have this full audio-visual experience, right? I'm feeling things. I'm feeling the chair that I'm sitting in. I'm hearing the fireplace and myself talking. You're probably hearing me right now. So while all this stuff is going on, without like, I wonder what I'm going to have for dinner tonight, or something that's emotionally charged. Some people might be very upset about dinner right now, so pick something that for you is just completely emotionally uncharged, just a thought that you could observe. I probably should get that or something. I'm looking over it. So take that thought and observe it going by while you're having this full range of human experience, right? I'm just going to do that for a few seconds, so I invite you to do that as well. Trapped in a thought for a second, if your attention goes completely into the thought, just remember that and blow it back out to the whole room, right? And so you observe the thoughts going by in a case like that, and two things happen. One is that you see that your thoughts are actually a small portion of your experience, right? You can't be your thoughts because you were here in a room, or I'll just speak in because I know where I am. I was here in this room, and I was seeing this nice view, and then I started thinking something about the PlayStation over there. And I saw that thought come, and I saw it happen, and then I saw the thought go, but all this other stuff was still there. I mean, my view was changing slightly as I moved my head, and the fire's changing slightly, but for the most part, most of my experience was not comprised by that thought. And that's very simple, right? Like nobody's really going to be confused by this. But it's amazing when you're in a high pressure situation how bad these thoughts can be, because we have a way of being captured by thoughts and pulled by them. And so the first thing that happens is that you see, thoughts are actually really very small. The second thing that you do is you get practice at observing your own thoughts from a little bit of a distant viewpoint. Right? You see your thoughts happening, and you get in the habit of seeing your thoughts happening. And then when you're in a more heightened emotional state, you have a better chance of sooner than you would have otherwise being able to step back from the thoughts that are happening and not be so enraptured by them. So now there's a few other things you can do. You can conjure up whatever other neutral thoughts you're thinking of and just prod them a little bit. Like, just observe the beginning of the thought and the end of the thought, and how long does it take for that thought to go by? Right? And how heavy is a thought? This might seem like a nonsensical question, but try to see how much your next thought weighs. Can you hold it, right? Does it weigh anything? And of course the intellectual answer is of course not. What are you talking about? A thought is a thing in my head, right? But the point of this is not intellectual answers. The point of this is for you to directly experience something that you may not have bothered to look at, and to sort of let certain kinds of observations soak more into the way that you are from moment to moment, right? So how heavy is a thought? I wonder, I probably should have taken care of that box on my counter. But when I stopped at it a particular word, I stopped that thought. How solid of an object is that thought? I stop that thought at a particular word, like box, and then hold it and let it go, or does something happen when I try to do that? I do that for another few seconds. What happens when you try to stop a thought in the middle? Okay, so that's about all we're going to say for thoughts. Now, we'll come back to them, because once we do a couple of other things, they'll become important again. But so, again, the two points here, and they seem simple, but if you actually take this seriously, it can change a great deal, right? So the first thing is, this kind of simple observation helps us from identifying so closely with thoughts, so that we're not so actually reactive to them, right? Because we're able to realize that our awareness of the thought is separate from the thought itself, right? And we're developing that viewpoint. We're developing the strength of the viewpoint of being aware of the thought rather than just being the thought. That so often happens when our mind gets carried away. So, the next thing we're going to talk about is that bodily sensation part of emotionality, right? As I said, emotions have a physical part to them, and you'll be if there are any emotions that you experience frequently, you'll be very familiar with what that physical part feels like. And there's a technique that is very, very useful for feeling into those physical parts of adverse experiences, right? Which will help you with those adverse experiences. But fortunately, we're able to practice these kinds of techniques on totally neutral sensations, right? So what we're going to do right now is a simple physical sensation exercise. So I'm sitting in a chair, and I'm going to put my attention on the feeling of my butt meeting the chair, right? There's some amount of pressure there where my body is being supported by the chair. If you're laying down or standing, you can pick some analogous situation. Standing is a little bit harder, right? Because it's higher pressure, there's more pressure on your feet. But pick anything like that. And I recommend closing your eyes and you just look at that sensation. What does it feel like? And you sink your attention into it. Is this sensation a solid object, or is it an ethereal thing? And is it a well-defined thing? Does it have solid edges? Is it a well-defined area? Or is it a fuzzy and indistinct area? If you were going to draw a picture of it on a piece of paper, what would you draw? Would you draw a solid outline with a constant shade on the inside? Because that's what my mind tells me, right? My thinking mind says, well, there's some butt-shaped shape where I meet the chair, and that's what I would draw. But is that actually what you see when you drop your attention into that sensation, or do you see something else? Right? If you see a firm boundary at the edge of the sensation, investigate whether it's really there by focusing your attention more closely on that boundary. If there's really a boundary, you should be able to see it with greater sharpness, shouldn't you? You should be able to locate it exactly. I don't find any such thing. I'm opening my eyes now, you're welcome to do so. I don't find any such thing when I do that kind of investigation. What I find is a very vague, spread out feeling. If I were to draw it on a piece of paper, it would be very wispy and maybe with some specks that appear and disappear and show up in different places. But as soon as I draw back my attention to start speaking to you again, what I find is that when I'm no longer directly looking at it, my mind again has this sensation that there's a solid meeting of my butt in the chair, right? So my idea of what it feels like to sit down seems to change based on how I direct my attention. And this
I want to see if I can play it so accurately that Shazam picks it up.
That it goes.
Let's try that.
There's some kind of a layer of interpretation that your mind is constructing, right? So you have some sensations coming in from your body, and they're very vague and ill-defined, and one of the jobs of your mind is to make sense of these sensations and put them together into some picture about the world that you can then deal with, right? And so one of those things that it does is it makes things feel more solid than they actually feel.
I gotta,
by
you know
dropping
what?
your attention in, you're able to feel past.
We gotta hear it because
that
I think
layer of interpretation.
it has to be perfect
Into-
fucking pitch.
I don't exactly know how much they're the raw sensations, but into something that is, let's say, not yet post-processed or something like that, right? You're able to feel something that is less useful in terms of navigating the world of solid objects, but that is more truly what it actually feels like to sit on a chair, right? It's not a synthesis. And you know, it's interesting to, you know, again, I can put my attention on this computer over here, and maybe it feels more solid back there, but then I drop my attention back there, and there's a moment during which my attention just sort of feels the illusion of solidity dissolve and I feel what the sensations are actually like, right? And there's a game that I like to play that's more like the faster version of this, which is I can take something like my hand and just put it on a table like now.
Whoa,
and anytime I move and make an initial contact with something, usually my body or my mind starts interpreting that pressure as an onset of a solid sensation.
Oh shit, I'm not even playing it right.
On it, I can very quickly dissolve my experience of that sensation into something very wispy and unsolid. And so it's a nice game to play to just say, okay, my hand is up, my hand is down, and how quickly am I able to drop into the sensation such that I get past that layer of interpretation, right? Hands up, hands down. Pretty fast, but it's not instantaneous for me, right? But it doesn't need to be, because what I'm after today is more seeing the difference between that layer of interpretation and the more raw, low-level sensations beneath it. Now, it's important when you're doing this exercise, and for all these exercises that we're going to talk about, that you're not really trying to dictate a particular experience. You don't want to be trying to feel a certain exact thing. You don't want to try to be too much in control of what you feel. You don't want to have an agenda. The right mindset is investigation, right? You're inquiring into what does this sensation of my hand on the table feel like if I just look at it more closely than I may be in the habit of doing in everyday life. And it's funny because on the one hand, the way it feels is very familiar. Like I know that's how it feels. It's been that way my whole life. But on the other hand, until I started doing this, it didn't really sink in that that was a thing or that might be important to consider. Right? Now, we've been talking about this on a neutral sensation so far, but this works on any kind of sensation. It works on sensations of discomfort or sensations of pain. By dropping into the sensation, you can dive past the layer of interpretation and get to what you are basically feeling physically. And the interesting thing that you find when you do that is that the actual sensation is neutral. And it's your interpretation that's making it negative. And it sounds like some extreme guru power to be able to do that, but actually anybody can do it. It's really not hard. So, you know, one day some years ago, just to give you an illustration, after I'd first been learning these techniques, I ate at a pretty bad restaurant in my neighborhood, or it was bad back then. And I got food poisoning, and it was a really bad case of food poisoning. I was sick in bed for 2.5 days, just shivering as my body was, you know, generating a fever to kill all the germs, and just with pain in my stomach, and I was feeling really miserable, right? Or I was feeling miserable until I realized, oh, you know, I've been learning these introspection techniques, and this seems like a good time to try them out, right? So in the same way that we were just looking at these basic physical sensations, like what it's like for the pressure of one surface to meet another surface, I did that to look at my stomach pain or the full body extreme unpleasantness of running a really high fever and shaking and sweating really grossly, right? Just looking at all those sensations, and very quickly I was able to turn my experience from a miserable one into an experience of neutral observing or neutral experiencing of these sensations that were coming up from my body. Now, it was a little bit difficult in that case because it was a relatively strong experience, and so from time to time I would lapse in my I don't exactly want to say concentration because it wasn't concentration, but I would lapse in my ability to maintain this viewpoint, and I would be miserable for a few minutes, but then I was able to dive back in, right? And that was a very interesting couple of days. You know, I mean, it taught me a lot about, experientially, about what negative feelings are like. Now, from a scientific viewpoint of the human organism, we actually know all this, right? So if you cut your hand or scrape it on something and you have this feeling of pain, we know that what's really happening is, well, you have some nerves in your skin and they transmit some impulses, and that's just like information going over a network. And then some part of your mind is in charge of knowing what body-harming patterns, or what patterns of impulses are likely to indicate harm to the body, and to assign negative sentiment to those things, right? We know, if we're scientifically educated, that is what the physical human body does, but somehow we don't let it sink into our day-to-day behavior, right? But this is a very direct way to experience that sensations are actually neutral. And in the same way, in the way that we were, when I was feeling the sensation of my butt on the chair, in the way that I dove past a layer of interpretation very easily to get to the sensation underneath, in the same way you can dive past that layer of interpretation of pain as being negative, and you can experience just what it is, which is some sensations, some feelings. Now, the stronger the pain or the negative sensation is, the more difficult this may be, because there's some voice in the back like screaming urgently for you to take care of the situation. So, you know, if I were being tortured or something like that, I might have a very difficult time invoking these techniques for very long. I probably could do it for short periods of time. I don't know, I've never been tortured. But for anything less than that, I don't find it to be particularly difficult to engage these frames of mind. So there are two things that you get out of this. One of them is, I'll repeat, the understanding that sensations are at their core neutral. They're not negative or positive. The negativity or positivity are things that you assign later, and therefore they're not that serious. Because the negativity isn't something exactly that's happening to you, right? It's your evaluation of the happening. And that means you have at least some degree of control over it, which again, when we talk about serious depressive situations, gives you a little bit of a way out. But there's another thing that it does though, which is that long term, if you do this a little bit, it gives you an understanding of what is being interpreted by your mind, or what is being synthesized by your mind, versus what is not. And what was very helpful for me to see is that a great deal of what I assumed was everyday physical experience was actually interpretations imposed by my mind. So I'll give you another example about that. I had come home again some years ago from a retreat where I was practicing this technique, and it was the next day after the flight had landed. So I was at home. I woke up. It was Saturday. I did some work stuff that I had to deal with due to being gone. And then it was like going on noon or afternoon, and I had to go down to get breakfast. And I was very, very grumpy because over my whole life, I had a sort of what I would tell you was a metabolism thing or a body chemistry thing, where if I don't eat in the morning, I got very, very grumpy, and I could feel my body temperature change. And, you know, my mood would drop, and I would, you know, be very short with people and very, you know, clipped in the way that I'm dealing with them, and like, look, I just want food. Come on, what are you doing, right? And of course, I had a whole story about that based ostensibly in the scientific understanding of things, like, oh, people have body chemistry, and like my metabolism was high, and blah blah blah, and something, a lot of hand wavy, something is happening, and therefore this is a physical thing. But I had, you know, no real proof or evidence of that. And in fact, the fact that I was getting kind of chubby at that point compared to how I'd been previously should have given me a clue that my metabolism wasn't necessarily as high as I thought it was anymore, that I didn't need food as urgently as I thought it did. People are very obstinate sometimes. So I was grumpy, and I got in my car, and I was driving down the hill, or I was about to drive down the hill, and I was like, oh man, I wish I could walk down the hill, but the hill is very steep. I just want to go to restaurants that are like 5 blocks away and get breakfast, but if I do that walking, then I have to walk back up the hill to get home, and then super steep, like it's a ridiculous San Francisco hill, and I'll like, bad for my stomach, I'll have a pleasant experience, so I have to drive, but oh man, it's Saturday, which means the farmer's market is there, which means all the parking is going to be terrible, so I'm going to have to drive around for 15 minutes to find parking, and it's going to be like 8 blocks away, and I'm going to have to go on a long walk, and I'm hungry, and I just want food. And it was like this spiral of negativity out of like a really simple starting point. But as I was driving down this first hill, fortunately there was no oncoming traffic to think about. It was a very small residential street. I said, oh, you know, I've been using these introspective techniques, or learning them, and I'm having a very negative time right now, so why don't I just look at what's happening, really, internally, right? What am I actually feeling, and why am I feeling it? So I looked at these sensations, these full-body unpleasant sensations that were associated with, oh, I'm so hungry, and that were helping generate this negative state, right? So it was my body temperature dropping low, and just, I mean, it's hard to describe physical sensations that are internal to you that you don't often attempt to describe, but, you know, it was like my whole body marshaled around some situation. But for some reason, as I was just dropping down that hill, or driving down that hill, and I just dropped my attention in to look at what was going on, in 1 or 2 seconds, it was so simple. I just saw straight through all these layers of things that I thought were there, that were a physical situation, and I saw that they in fact weren't really a physical situation that was hard to deal with, and I was able to see the actual sensation of hunger being generated by my stomach in that time. And it was so comically small. It was like the tiniest little pinprick of, oh, I'm hungry, a little bit, you know? And it was ridiculous that I was making such a big deal out of it. And this was obvious, right? It was obvious that this whole other giant cloud of things that were happening were all being generated in response to this tiny pinprick, right? They were, in the way that we've talked about the mind synthesizing an interpretation of my butt on the chair, it's also kind of an amplification of those sensations. And this was like an amplification of this tiny feeling. It became this full body emergency, right? But it was all made up, and it was all unnecessary, actually. And ever since that 1 to 2 seconds, tiny observation, I've never had this problem again when I get up in the morning. Not completely. You know, I have it about 5 to 8% of what I used to. And when I have a little bit of this happening again, I just look at it and I'm like, oh yeah, it's fine. It's totally, I'm not grumpy anymore. I don't, you know, get into arguments with people for no reason and all that. And it took almost nothing. It took just a second of looking internally. And I was not even particularly experienced in this type of introspection at the time when that happened. It was just for physical sensations. There are two things that you can gain. One is the sensation, or the knowledge that sensations are at their heart neutral, right? Which will help you when you think that you're feeling a negative sensation, right? And the second thing that you gain is this awareness of your mind's amplification strategies, right? And they're not necessarily bad, right? So you could imagine all sorts of reasons why I might have grown up with some kind of amplification strategy for hunger. Maybe when I was a little baby, my parents didn't look after me enough and didn't feed me readily enough, and I learned that I really had to yell or something. I don't know, right? I don't know if that's true. It's just a made-up story to explain that, just to point out that there are legitimate reasons why you might have needed to develop a habit like this when you were younger, not even baby age, but like when you were a teenage or a young adult. But sometimes we develop these habits to get us through a short period, and then they become more trouble than good, right? More harm than good. And at that time, it's at least better to see through them so that you know that they're not inherently necessary. And then you can be free to make decisions about whether you want to comply with what that habit or amplification is telling you or not. All right. So the third part of our situation here is the non-physical parts of emotions. So the things that we would just normally call, sadness or happiness or anger or glumness or something like that. And what are I find it always hard to talk about these, but there's something like the way that I'm predisposed toward interpreting new events. If somebody says something, am I going to react to it positively or negatively, right? Like, what color is the light inside of my mind? I don't know why that makes sense, but that's a way that I like to think about it. And the reason I put this third is that a very good way to learn to deal with these is exactly the same as we learned for the physical sensations, right? What you do is put your attention on the emotion that you're feeling, and just look at it. You don't try to change it. You don't try to be happy if you're sad. You don't try to be sad if you're happy. You just say, what am I feeling right now? Like, just what does it feel like? That's all. Now, the reason that we did this third is because with physical sensations, it's a little easier to have a guess about where to put your attention, right? If somebody says put your attention on your sadness or something, you might end up thinking about your sadness, which is not the correct thing to do, or trying to be more sad or something. But just in the same way that you turn your attention to the feeling of your butt on the chair, you turn your attention to your emotional state. And what you'll find, or at least what I find when I do this, is that these emotional states disappear completely, right, when I look at them. They're just gone. Which comes as a surprise, perhaps, when you first start doing this kind of thing, because we have this idea that emotions last a long time, right? Like if I have a conversation with someone, and we have a strong disagreement, and I get angry, and I leave the room, and I'm still angry. Maybe I'm angry for hours, or maybe I'm angry for days, or weeks, or maybe I form a vendetta that lasts for years, right? Well, that certainly can happen, but it's not because emotions last a long time. Emotions by themselves, as you see very clearly when you turn your attention toward an emotional state like that, emotions by themselves don't last very long at all. They're like fire, or something like that, where without constant fuel, they'll just burn themselves out very quickly. And actually, in the case where you're turning your attention toward investigating the emotional state, you're actually turning your attention away from fueling the emotional state, and so it goes out even faster. And that's as just very interesting. It's an amazing thing to observe. So if emotions require fuel to go, what is that fuel? Well, it's something like a thought that prods further emotion or a bodily sensation. And we'll come back and talk about those again in a second. And so this one is harder to practice in a more neutral setting like this because you may not be in any kind of heightened emotional state. Probably not, right? You may be in a relatively low-key emotional state, but I would recommend just taking a second and trying that out. So, what do you feel like now? How do you feel? Just take a look. Close your eyes and just view your emotional state just like you were viewing the sensation of your body beating the chair. And it becomes very easy to be calm very quickly. I'll give you a little more time to try it because it's important. But it's also, if you're not experiencing something, provoking emotion is subtler. It's subtler to you right now. Now, the experience of seeing an emotion subside under awareness like that, you become aware of it and it goes away to the extent you become aware of it. It's like you're shining a flashlight, right? And the emotion is the shadow, and the shadow is gone purely through the act of you shining the flashlight on it. It's that instant. And one thing that gives you, if you do that enough times, is the understanding that if you're in a difficult time emotionally, you may not, even though you may not have the discipline to keep yourself in a calm state, you can always have just like a moment or two of respite from this emotional onslaught that you're feeling, this overbearing thing, because, you know, in the same way with a physical pain sensation, I could see it as neutral for a second, even if it's very strong. With emotions, it's the same. I can see that they're not really there in the way that I think they are. And even if I can only do that for a second, that knowledge goes with me. And then later, when I'm upset at someone or I'm feeling very uncertain and afraid about the future, and I think that this is so overbearing or so powerful, I can just go like, oh wait, no, it can't be, because I've had that experience before of knowing that emotions aren't like that. So this one may be stronger. I may only be able to, loosen it for a minute, but I know that, and that makes it not impregnable, right? And that makes all the difference in the world to your feeling of agency and your feeling of being able to cope with what your emotional situation is, right? And then as you do this more over time, you gain the knowledge that even if you're feeling an emotion very strongly right now, and you're not in this kind of neutral observing mood where you can make it wash away, even if you're feeling it very strongly, you've seen its nature as like something not that strong at all. It's like a piece of tissue paper that you can poke through at will. And so the way I'm explaining this, it sort of sounds like two redundant things. But the first part was about you can give yourself relief at any time. And this part is about, because you can poke through that wall at any time, it's actually not much of a wall. So if you feel like depression is some three-walled prison with thoughts and bodily sensations and emotional states all hemming you in, that emotional state wall is actually the weakest one of all. It's like tissue paper. You just walk through it at any time. And so feeling trapped like that, it's much harder for it to happen, right? It feels more ridiculous. Okay, so taking these three things and putting them back together, what actually happens, right? So we've looked individually at thoughts, we've looked individually at bodily sensations, we've looked individually at emotional states. But what actually happens in everyday life is these things mix and interact. and there's some kind of perpetual motion machine, right? So if I was angry at somebody, and we had a discussion, and I leave the room, and my emotion starts going down, like I was angry, and my anger starts subsiding, it'll get prodded again. I'll have a memory of what they said that I didn't like, or I'll have a picture in my mind of, the body language that somebody held as they said a certain thing to me, and that makes me angry, or maybe when they said that thing originally, I felt embarrassed or flushed, right? And then when I'm remembering what they were saying to me, that flushed feeling comes back, and that provokes some negative emotionality. And then that negative emotionality that negative emotional state predisposes me toward thinking more things about how angry I am, or waking up more negative bodily sensations. So it's like things prodding each other and generating a self-sustaining cluster experience, however you want to say that. Now, the good thing about this is that awareness of any of the things, any individual one of the things that I've talked about so far, will weaken this cycle. So if you didn't even get what I was saying 2/3 of the time, but for one of the things you were like, oh yeah, I get what he was saying about thoughts, or I get what he was saying about physical body sensations, a little bit. That little bit will weaken this part of this self-prodding machine. Some, right? And as I've said, you can do exercises to observe these things independently and further weaken those walls or those legs of this thing that's happening. But you can also then just observe how this machine is happening in your mind, in your daily life. And that observation, under less dire feeling situations or less life-threatening situations, will help you when things get even more serious. So, as another example, some years after the previous couple examples I gave you, I was just walking down the street one day after having been on the internet in the morning, and we all know that's a mistake, right? So I'd had some discussion. I don't remember at all what the discussion was, which shows you how important it was in the grand scheme of things. Not at all. But I'd been very angry from this discussion, or at least somewhat angry, right? And angry enough that I was mulling it over in my head while I was just walking down the street. I had nice things to look at, but I was insisting on playing this conversation in my head. And I was looking at one part of what somebody typed on the internet, and part of my mind said, aha, that phrase right there, it picked this thing out and said, that specific phraseology in this context means that that person did not sufficiently respect you and you should be offended. Aha, I found it, right? And therefore you can attack them back for this and that and that. But having had some practice in these techniques, I had a little bit of that distance of standing back and watching your own thoughts while all this was happening, and I saw it play out. And I realized people are kind of crazy. Like, I'm kind of crazy, and everybody's like this, so everybody's kind of crazy. And what do I mean by that? I mean the following. People will tell you that they don't want to have negative experiences, right? Most people will tell you they want to be happy, right? But what I saw very clearly happening was a part of my mind whose job was specifically to make me more angry, reach out and say, this thing here, right? Be mad about this. It's like the guy who, big guy who walks into a bar, looking for a fight, and he's, kind of drunk, and he's, bumping into everybody, hoping that somebody will, start something with him, right? It was like that. But I want to be happy, right? So if I want to be happy, why was I creating this problem? Or at least if I didn't create the problem, let's say that the other person meant to antagonize me, right? Why was I so willing to step into that and amplify it and propagate it? Well, you can imagine, again, from an evolutionary standpoint, or any technically oriented standpoint that you want to take, you can think of all sorts of reasons why, it's more fit to monitor your social status in a complex social hierarchy and so on and so forth, right? You can totally totally make up an explanation for that that makes perfect sense. But that doesn't really make it less crazy to simultaneously think you want to be happy and to simultaneously be self-generating this kind of negativity or going out of your way to find negativity. And you may think you don't do it, but you probably do. Almost everybody does this all the time. And this will become very clear to you if you start observing this interplay between thoughts, emotions, body sensations, further emotion, further thoughts, and so on. So I just recommend giving that a try. So to review, we looked at thoughts, bodily sensations, and emotional states, and there were sort of two takeaways for each one. So for thoughts, the first takeaway is you shouldn't necessarily identify so closely with thoughts because you are not your thoughts, and in fact your thoughts are very small. The second part of that is that it's very useful to have a viewpoint of standing back from your thoughts and seeing them happen, because then you won't be so instantly reactive and you'll be a better observer and you'll know more what to do, right? With sensations, the two takeaways are sensations are fundamentally neutral. They're not fundamentally positive or negative. And a lot of what your mind is engaged in is interpretation or amplification of these sensations, but you're able to see through these and see the lower level truth of what's happening. And I don't want you to believe me on those. To whatever extent you were able to see that during the exercise today, maybe not at all, maybe only a tiny bit, my recommendation is just to go try those yourself, because it's very easy. You just try them for a minute in the middle of the day, while you're having a coffee at lunch or something. And it's very informative to see what you see when you do this. And the third thing about emotional states, the two takeaways are that if you look at them in this earnestly neutral or inquisitive way, they disappear instantly, right? And the fact that they disappear instantly can give you relief when times are hard. And you put all of these things together, the more headway you make into each of these pieces, the less they fit together into this weird machine that propagates negative states like malaise, depression, lack of motivation, and so forth. So you can hopefully at least imagine how if you have this depressive run that's fueled by these things, if you weaken some of them, how it'll decrease that. And then going back to something more subtle like malaise, like I sit down in front of my computer and I intellectually I want to make more progress on my project, but I just can't make myself do it. Like the mouse keeps popping open the web browser to some stupid discussion site or something, right? When that happens, I recommend starting with bodily sensations and see what your body is feeling, because more often than not, you'll have some negative body sensation driving that, and it'll do you a lot of good to observe that. And then the second thing is just to observe thoughts. You can observe feelings as well, but often in those cases, they'll actually be a little bit subtle and backgrounded. But give it a try. This has gone an hour, almost exactly, so I want to close it. We'll do questions in a minute after a short break. There's a last thing I want to say, which is, hey, I'm putting this video on the internet, and I know how the internet goes, and the number one thing I anticipate is for somebody to try to interpret this with maximum uncharitability and come along and say something like, oh, this is like some kind of Christian Science or Scientologist bullcrap that is actually anti-science, and he's telling you to like do some Eastern woo-woo to make your problems go away and ignore like antidepressants and that kind of stuff. And that's not actually what I'm doing. So let me say clearly that if you have a serious depression problem, I think it's up to you and discussion with medical professionals whether you should take antidepressants or not. I do not wish to register any opinion either way. I have no experience with antidepressants myself, but in previous stages of life, I would have considered myself mild to moderately depressive. I would have sessions of being seriously depressed for days in a row frequently, right? And now I don't. Now these feelings come on, and they're very small and tiny, and they're like barely there, and they don't really get in my way, and they still seem to be decreasing year after year. And so these techniques, even though they seem like almost nothing, have been very, very powerful in my case. They may or may not be powerful in your case, so I'm putting these out there so you can try them. If you don't like them, you don't like them, that's cool. On the subject of antidepressants, though, I'm given to believe that a lot of people are unhappy with them. A lot of people don't particularly have good experiences with them. So I think it's worth trying alternatives. And, you know, antidepressants are not really like other medicines, right? So for most medicines in science, like a vaccine or an antibiotic, we have an explanation for why it works and a mechanism. And if there's side effects, you know, those maybe kind of happen because the body is very complicated, but we at least understand why some of the side effects are happening, right? Whereas with antidepressants, if you look into them, they're really not very well understood, which is in part is why your doctor might go through 6 different antidepressants before, you know, before giving up or picking the one that worked the best but still has some unpleasant side effects. I don't want to go on too long about those. It's just to say that I think that you don't have to be anti-science to not want to use some of science's weaker medicines of last resort, right? That's all I'm going to say. So that's it. We're going to take a short break, and I'll be back and take a couple questions. So 2-minute break. Go ahead and type.
There's nothing worse that can happen to you than to falsify your speech.
Is saying nothing a form of
Yes,
falsifying
it is
speech?
when you have something to say.
Because there's a lot of people probably listening now that have a lot they want to say,
Yeah.
but if they say it, they're going to lose their job, or there's going to be immediate consequences, which might mean they can't feed their family.
It might mean that, but it also might mean that if they bite their tongue and pretend to be something other than they are, they'll be a weak model for their children. And is that better than having some financial instability? Here's a counter proposition. If your job requires you to lie, maybe you should find another job. I spent a lot of time studying evil, a lot. I know how it arises. It arises when good men hold their tongue. There's nothing worse than...
Hey there, neighbor.
There's nothing worse than...
Hey there, neighbor. Not sure, right? Yeah. Oh, really? It just seems to be running a lot, even when it's kind of cool outside.
Oh, my partner runs a little hot.
Not as hot as our planet. Sorry, I don't mean to be that guy. It's just, we're all in this together.
Yeah, I drive a Prius, so...
And that's a nice little gesture. My car runs on reclaimed cooking oil. I have some literature if you want it.
That's okay, save the paper.
I haven't printed anything since 2004. I was going to email you.
On your power-hungry computer?
My entire house is solar powered. I sell energy back to the grid and use that money to save polar bears.
I'm an environmental lawyer, so, I'm pretty green.
So is your lawn. I live drought tolerant. Succulents, indigenous plants, rock.
My other guy says your yard looks like a litter box.
She's a cute kid. I remember when she was in disposable diapers.
Hey, quick, turn off your car.
Why? It's in park, I think.
I have a judgy green neighbor to come over here and tell me that I'm not green enough.
Shut up. You're super green.
Thank you.
Imagine for a second being so lazy that your parents literally have to sue you just to get you to go get a job. Well, that's what happened to Michael Rotondo back in 2018, and I have to think his parents were actually being fairly reasonable here. Although Michael did have a job at Best Buy in his early 20s, he eventually got fired and apparently just gave up on working after that and moved back in with his parents at 22. For the next 8 years, he not only never paid rent, he didn't even bother to help with any chores or household expenses. Whenever his parents encouraged him to apply for jobs or find his own place, he apparently refused to listen. So when Michael finally turned 30, he started sending him these legal notices demanding that he move out. He had never done anything wrong, since he said he had never been asked to contribute financially or with chores. But after they'd already sent him 5 written notices, plus even $1,000 to help him transition, and he still refused to leave, his parents decided to sue him. For the next month, Michael actually tried fighting them in court, arguing that he needed at least 6 months' notice to move out. It was only when a New York judge declared, "I want you out of that household," that he finally left, calling the ruling outrageous and saying he was planning on appealing. Imagine for a second being so lazy that your parents literally have to sue...
So you want to play like... was 1970. Yeah. Sounds like the guy fucking the case.
This is an iHeart podcast.
I'll check that out later.
swagged out. You know what that means? You are swagged out. You know what swag is? Let me look it up. Swag? That's swag. Swag. You see that? Yeah. You see that? You see that, right? It means, man, you glowing. You glowing. Yeah. You had lunch yet? You did? Oh, I appreciate you. I'm going around, I'm giving out healthy lunch to everyone. I don't know if you want a bowl. Yeah, it's a salad, chicken salad. Absolutely, my man. Enjoy that, alright? Yo, what up, my man? How's it going? Doing well. I'm going around, I'm giving out healthy food to everyone today. You want a bowl? Peruvian chicken bowl. It's very good. Yeah, man. I like the hat, by the way. Yes, sir, Ski. Absolutely, my man. You're welcome. Enjoy that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yo, you guys play a sport? Yeah. What sport? We play a little bit of basketball. Okay, you gotta eat healthy. We play basketball. You want a healthy bowl? I'm giving out healthy bowls to everyone today. It's free. It's a Peruvian chicken bowl. Yeah, phenomenal. I didn't make it. It's from a restaurant. It's called Brasa. Healthy boys, yo. Yo, fellas, you guys all hoop too? You all hoop? But you eat healthy? You eat healthy? We're gonna change that today, man. Take a bowl, man. Healthy bowl. Healthy bowl. Free. Yes, sir. From Brasa. Where's that? Around the corner. Pretty good, right? Take a pork, gang. That's some pineapple, bro. Nah, it's way better than Popeyes, gang. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes.
Oh, listen, man, I gotta fucking figure this shit out.
You know what that means? You must. My man, you swear. Guys, I'll pay for your food if you go somewhere healthier. I'll pay for your food if you get something healthier. I'll pay for your food if you get something healthier. No English? What you say? I said I will pay for your food if you get something healthier. What? Sweet Green. You been to Sweet Green? We out? Let's go. It's because you a Nets fan, that's why. Gotta be a Knicks fan. He took the hat off. He took the Excuse me. Why are you scared? Nah, you good. I'll pay for your food if you get something healthier. Everyone's getting water today, supposedly. Get the water then, man. Shit. Exactly. Thank you, my man. Appreciate you. Guys, I'll pay for your food if you get something healthier.
We're not getting anything. We need to use the restroom.
Okay, understood. I'll pay for your food if you get something healthier.